Good morning, good morning, good morning. So, hello. I'm so excited. I had to stop myself from coming on early this morning. So, I am so excited to be here and yeah, and if you come to this live stream or you rewatch it, like thanks. So today I'm just going to be reading and trying to be productive. We'll see how that goes. I do have some stuff to get done. Um, I'm going to just go ahead and hopefully put up a little banner. So feel free to go ahead and share whatever it is that you are going to be reading today, whatever you're going to be working on. And oh my gosh, I see some of you in the comments already. Like, this is like a really weird setup for me. I don't know how I feel about the fact that StreamYard doesn't actually totally let you see what's going on. I don't even know what I mean by that. Anyway, I'm gonna just go ahead and start saying hello. So hello, Minnows. I don't know what your name is, but yeah, I was looking forward to it too. So I'm glad someone other than me is as well. So, what are you going to be reading today? Let me know if you're going to be reading or if you're going to be working on stuff. I guess I didn't mention that. Um, I've got my bullet journal ready to go. So I've got my list of stuff to do around the house. I'm going to do some stuff from home, some work from home rather. And I'm also going to be reading An Equal Music by Vikram Seth, which, yes, is the author of A Suitable Boy. So I randomly found this at my bookstore, and I'll talk about that as we go along. And then I am also in the middle of the Poppy War, so I'm excited to keep going with that. I guess I'll get into my thoughts about the Poppy War too. Hi, Kiana. I just remember seeing you. What was it? Just last night on Courtney's live stream. So very cool. Hi, Lori. Oh, I skipped some. Hi, the Cat Lady Book Nook, Penny. Oh, yes. Okay, morning. I'm about to get my Bible reading in for the day, and then I'll have to leave. We go for a walk in about an hour. All right. Well, that sounds like you got a lot planned for the morning. So welcome, welcome. And then sorry, Lori, I think I skipped you. My comments are kind of going out of order here. And Bex, hello, hello. Lori says, remember to like the stream. Oh, thank you, Lori. Yeah. Oh, yes. I always forget to get into the live chat, which is like a drop down menu. And then I'm like, why is she reading like comments I'm not seeing? And then I did read about that. And okay, you're going to be working from home today. Ooh, copy edit. So does that mean that you write? So, like, I'm not really sure what copy editing means, but I think that's what it is that you're editing a copy of your own writing. Please correct me if I'm wrong. Getting the kids ready to go. Oh, yes, you mentioned that last night that your kids were going back to school today, which blows my mind. My son has been back in school since Tuesday of last week. So, how long did your kids get off from school? He just had 1 week off this year. In the past, they've had 2 weeks. This year, they did less. And I don't think that went over well because they promised that next year they're going back to two. But doesn't matter for me because my son is graduating and going to college. So I'm so excited about that. I can't even tell you. He's excited about it too. So I love my son, but like it's time to like for him to fly the coop. So that's all I'm going to say about that. So I guess before we get into our first reading sprint, I'll tell you my thoughts about the books that I'm reading. So, okay, I'll start with the Poppy War because that's the easy one. So I have heard a lot about this book. It is a fantasy novel. Yeah, it's kind of like a military fantasy novel. And I'm really torn about it. So, one, I think it's a really well written book for sure. No doubt about that. Um, but I don't know, guys. It's there's somehow a lot going on and happening, and yet I feel like it's kind of slow and that not much is happening all at the same time. I can't figure out why I feel that way, but that's what I feel like is going on. And then I'm also reading An Equal Music. which I'm gonna do a currently reading on that because I'm really torn about that book as well. I think I was secretly hoping it was going to be another version of The Suitable Boy, and it's not. It's a completely different book if you've read A Suitable Boy, and I don't know. So I'm listening to it on audiobook though, so that's been helping a lot, and honestly, it's probably the only reason I'm still reading it. Okay, so Bex is clarifying for me. She said, I edit other people's writings, typically scientific articles. Wow, that sounds really fascinating. And I have an article that has been giving me a hard time. So I'm hoping to finally knock it out this morning. All right, well, I'm here for you in that. I forgot to mute my phone as always. I cut it out of my videos, but I'm telling you right now, every single one of my videos, my phone goes off and I have to edit it out. So, wow, so that sounds like really interesting work, Bex, but yeah, I can only imagine how difficult a hard scientific article is. So do you have to know a lot about all the different sciences to do that? Because I would feel like I wouldn't be able to do that because I'd have no idea what somebody was talking about. I don't know. So Kiana says, "Woo, they have been off since December 15th. Are your kids in college? I didn't think so. I thought they were younger. Your kids had almost a month off from school? Well, send them off and have a good day. I'm sure they're ready to go back too. That's what my son is like after a week. He's ready to go back. So, and then Penny says, regarding the Poppy War, there's lots of mixed opinions on it in the fantasy side of BookTube. Yeah, I try to avoid watching, like, any sort of serious reviews of books, if I haven't read them yet, but I have to say I'm not surprised. Like, on the one hand, for this to be her debut novel, I am amazed. On the other hand, yeah, I've got plenty of thoughts. And then Minnows is saying, I'm in uni and yep, ready to get back into a schedule already. Yeah, I can totally relate. Like I don't know how it is where you are going to university, but I know for me, we would have like basically a month off from university and I was ready by the end of that month. I was like, "Can we start classes now? Like, what are we doing?" Like, there's nothing else I've done in life where you will just randomly have a month off after some intense work. So, I'd feel like let's get going with something. Yep. So you said, yeah, it's got into yeah, I can relate to that. I remember that feeling. Like at first, I think like 2 weeks would maybe be good. I needed like the first week to sleep and recover and get my head back together. And then I wanted like a week to see friends, family, do holiday stuff, whatever. And then I was ready to go back. I was like, I don't need this long break. Like, I'm losing my mind. But I think they do it partially for the professors so they get more time off and can reset and stuff. And Kiana says, my Otis will graduate college this year. Yay! That is so exciting. And a 19-year-old with autism that goes to adult transition program. Awesome. And then a high schooler and a middle schooler. Okay, so you have them all over the place. That makes sense. But are your younger kids, were they off the whole month too, or was that just your older kids? Because that would make sense to me. Oh, and I missed it. Your oldest yeah, okay. No, no, no. I thought it said your oldest was graduating from graduate school, and then I was gonna be really impressed. Not that undergrad isn't impressive, but I just wasn't thinking your oldest was that age. Well, that's amazing. I'm so glad. Oh, Christina, good morning. Hope everyone is well. First sprint is the coffee sprint. Yes, 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 yes. I have my coffee right here. Sorry, I moved the table. In my favorite mug ever, the panda mug. This was like a limited edition mug because we had a baby panda at our zoo, born in the middle of the pandemic. And so for a limited time, when basically the zoo was closed half the time and nobody could go, you could buy a panda mug. And I literally bought one of the last two that they had when the zoo reopened, which I didn't even understand because I was like, "You weren't selling them online. Nobody could come to the zoo." Like, who I don't know who they gave the mugs to, but yes, everybody go get your coffee. So, let me pick up here. And then Christina says, sharing some, it's Monday, but let's have a great day anyway vibes with the like button. Nice. I love that. I love that. Ah, you graduate this year too. Congratulations ahead of time. That is super exciting. What is your major? I would love to know that if you'd like to share. Good morning, Bree. Thanks for coming on. I'm so happy to see you, so to speak. Oh, though I'm now having I'm thinking about gesturing now because I forget whose live stream I was on yesterday, but she had gestures on and she didn't realize it. And let's just say there were balloons at one point. Hi, Coda. Good morning. Oh, you don't want to go to work. Oh, well, we'll hold down the fort for you, and I'm sure we will see you later today on somebody else's sprint. But have a great day at work. And I did see you on the live stream you were on. Oh, that was so sweet. I loved that. Bree says she's drinking coffee and trying to finish First Lie. First Lie wins? Is that the whole book? Oh, what is that about? That sounds really interesting. And then Kiana says they have all been here eating everything. Yes, yes, eating everything. There are only two other people in my household, my son and my husband. But yeah, no, there's not enough food ever. Like I shop at Costco for three of us. And yeah. And Bree says she smashed that like button. Thank you, Bree. Thank you, everyone. And yes, I love this mug. I have to protect this mug with my life because everybody in my family, I'm gonna take this spoon out because I keep jangling it. Everybody in my family loves this little panda mug, and if I don't watch it, like I'll never get a chance to use it. And Christina says, "Good morning, Dakota." And good morning to Bree. And hello to Christina and Coda. I love that, I've just found you guys in these reading sprints, and so many of us know each other. It's so great. And Minnow says, I study technical and legal communications. Wow, that sounds pretty impressive to me. And you're graduating this fall. Nice. Oh, well, congratulations to you. Wow, technical and legal communications. So are you hoping to go into like law clerking or something like that? You go, Minnows. Yeah, that's right. I always think it's amazing when people like just do higher education or any type of education. I love learning. And morning, Christina and Kiana and Bree. Morning, Coda. Morning, mornings. And I think I'll be finishing X of Swords today. Oh, a comic book collection. Nice. My husband's super into his comic books. And if I hadn't taken over his bookshelves, you'd see his comic book collection behind me, but not anymore. So I just moved his books to a different place because where they were before just wasn't working for my videos. And he's the best person in the world. And so he's like, sure. And then Christina's saying, hey. And he said, make the balloons. I don't think I can. I don't have an Apple computer, so I'll try. I think this is what you do. Yeah, I don't think it's going to work for me. So Christina says, I just rolled out of bed, so I'm hoping so too, Brianna. Yes. And then thanks for watching me, Nicole. So much fun. Oh, it was a pleasure. If you haven't seen, Coda was on a live show that MJ did, and they were talking. And MJ does like the most amazing videos and things about new booktubers and small booktube channels and how to support them. I think that is just so charitable and just warms my heart. And Coda was on her last live stream, and I'm bummed that I missed it because I saw that she was doing that live stream, but I think I was doing something else at the time it was on. I'll be graduating with my paralegal certificate. Yeah, okay, that's what I figured. My husband's a lawyer, so I was like, that sounds like somebody he would work with. Congratulations, Minnow. You got this. Yeah, support. Love it. Thank you. And just your local law and comic nerd here. Very cool. Oh my gosh, you and my husband, man, you guys could talk for sure. And then, oh, and Lori's a lawyer and could never. Yes, my husband would say the same thing. He would be nothing without his paralegals, and he hates to not have any to work with. You guys are major support in that area. And we have hello, is it Keisha? The Jungle Library. Ooh, I like that. Good morning. You'll be reading Black Cake. Oh my gosh. Yes. My family and our book club, we just recently, last month or in November, read Black Cake. No, it must have been like October, November, because we finished it. And then right as we were finishing it, they announced that the series was coming out. So are you going to watch the series? There's like a Netflix or Hulu series. In fact, I have to finish watching the series. I haven't done that. Anyway, okay, I'm going to try and manipulate this setup to get us going into our first reading sprint. So, I was thinking that we could go for maybe 30 minutes this first time. Um, so and yeah, and I'm seeing that Kiana's saying real quickly, I'm getting distracted by the comments, that she still hasn't read Black Cake. It was actually pretty good. I was surprised. I'm not a huge contemporary fiction reader, but I actually really liked it. And the miniseries that is being done is actually really good too. And then Coda's now Googling Black Cake. Yeah, do. So Black Cake is about there's almost like a mystery trope going on there where there is a mother and her two kids. And at the very beginning of the book, I think at the beginning of the book, I think the mother's even dead, and that's not a spoiler. Um, and she has left this information for her kids to learn more about who she is. And that's all I'm going to say. And then the Jungle Library, yes, it's on Hulu. Okay, that's what I thought. And she's been waiting to watch it, so she's trying to finish the book today. Yeah, yeah. And I would say sometimes I don't think miniseries are as good as the book. That one I was actually like really happy with and really enjoyed. And then Christina says she's googling it too and found a TV show. Yep, 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 yep. So I would recommend both. I really now that's making me think I really need to get back to the Hulu show. So yeah, okay. Like I said, back to the sprint. So I have this timer set for 30 minutes. Let's see if I can get it so that you can see the timer as well. I make no promises. I can only barely remember how to set that whole thing up, but we'll see if I can do it. Maybe, maybe, maybe. It seems like it's going well. Oh, this was the part that I thought was confusing that StreamYard didn't let me see what I was doing here that well. So, okay, yay. Here I am in the corner. So I've managed to do that. All right. So let me see if I can take the comments off for a moment. Nope, I can't. There we go. Okay. So I'm going to start our first 30-minute sprint, and then I will come back and we'll go back to the comments then. So let me go ahead and put myself on mute, and then I will start the timer, and I will see you guys in 30 minutes. Hello, hello. Welcome back. How did that sprint go for you guys? I decided to start with the Poppy War and I got through 19 pages of various feelings, shall we say. So it got really intense there for a moment, which I find the book does. Like there's times where it's super intense and then there's times where it's really quiet. So yeah. So let me see if I can figure out where we left off in the comments. I saw some new people joined. Let's see here. Okay, so I think we were back here where Coda was saying we were talking about Black Cake. So Coda said he put it on his list before anybody said anything and was like, yeah, that's a good cover. And my friend said it's good. Yeah, the cover is really pretty. If you look up Black Cake, it has a really good cover on it. Okay, and then Keisha was saying, sorry, did you say how long you would be sprinting? I'm sorry, I didn't see this before we started. But yes, I did for 30 minutes. So I know I'm a little slow getting the timer up there so you can see, but hopefully once it's up, you'll be able to see that. And then Christina was saying, so what you're saying is we need to focus, right? Yeah, in theory. In theory. Breeze said, yes, Coda, the cover is gorgeous, and I think it has a cake recipe in it too. Yes. You know, the funny thing is, my aunt mentioned that, and I don't think the version that I bought of the book had the cake recipe in the back. Um, so maybe I got it out of the library and returned it before looking. So, but I don't know if anybody has read the book and looked at the cake recipe, but I have a family member who's from Jamaica, and I swear the cake recipe is like most people call it rum cake. That's what it seemed like it was to me, but I've never heard it referred to as black cake. So if you've read that book and or seen the recipe for it and know about rum cake versus black cake and if there's a difference, please let me know. Christina said, hold on, getting some more coffee. Yep, go do that. Still do that. Hi, Heather. Oh, you came on. You must have come on right when we went into the sprint, but hope you chat with us this time or now as we're going along. And Coda said, laugh out loud, Brie. I'm a pie person. Yeah, I hear you there, Coda. Unless it's cheesecake or carrot cake. Oh, no, not the cheesecake. I have a story about cheesecake that I'll share if you guys want to know, but I am not a cheesecake person. Carrot cake, though, I can do, or angel food cake if I'm in the mood. Cake is so heavy. Yeah, it can be. I'm not into breakfast soggy breads either. Like pancakes or French toast. I feel you on the French toast. French toast can get super soggy, so that's not my favorite breakfast bread. But pancakes I can do sometimes. I don't feel like pancakes are super soggy though. What's going on with your pancakes over there, Coda? But you know, now that you say that, I don't tend to put a lot of syrup on my pancakes, and maybe that's why. Maybe I also don't like soggy breakfast food, or at least soggy breakfast bread. It sounds so gross. Uh, Coda says, but he'll still bake it. That's funny. You don't like cake, but you'll still bake it. Heather says, oh, yeah, okay, so you figured it out that, oh, you're reading East of Eden. How are you liking that? How far are you into it? I own a copy of East of Eden, and I'm very interested in reading it. So I'm watching my husband, who's in the background going around in circles. Our house like forms a loop on the first floor, and he just walked it, and I'm not really sure why, but it was kind of funny to watch. Anyway, let me know how you're liking East of Eden. I have it up here on my bookshelf behind me, and I'm really hoping I'll get to it this year. Um, yeah, there's so many things about that book that just are enticing to me. Uh, oh, and yeah, okay, you're from South Florida. Nice. I hope the weather is nice down there and you're being nice and warm for all of us people in colder places. Touche. And then Jaleesa, hello, Jaleesa. Good morning, everyone. I'll be working and listening to A Clash of Steel. Ooh, I haven't heard of that. What genre is that in? Let me know. And then mom's book collection says, "Good morning. I'll be working on some bookish things, nice booktube, bookstagram, and other things while enjoying my time with no kids after 2 weeks." Yep. I think everybody who still had kids at home is is feeling that now. Like, love you guys. See you later. And then hello, Scorpio rising. Good morning. I'm reading The Fine Print. Ooh, I know that's a popular one. How are you liking it? I picked that up from the library at some point last year, but never got to it. But it sounded really interesting. What genre is that? Is that romance? Like I didn't feel like it was going to be romantic, but then things I read about it seemed like it was. And then hello says, I just joined and subscribed. Oh, thank you. And I hope to listen to The Great Hunt while working on my bookish spreadsheet in these sprints. Why does that book sound familiar, Bookworm? Who is the Great Hunt by? I feel like that's the first book in a fantasy series. Wheel of Time? No, 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 that doesn't sound right. Okay, Coda says, I'm watching Nicole's January TBR. Do you shelve your Yes, I do shelve my books alphabetically, Coda. Yeah. So yeah, and I'm thinking, oh my gosh, you guys can help with this. So I'm thinking of officially renaming my TBR game. Right now, I started it by saying that Scattergories chooses my TBR, but if you've watched my TBR game, yeah, Scattergories really isn't choosing it. It's really oh, you can't see it, but back here is my unicorn. That's who chooses my TBR half the time, it seems like. But I'm trying to think of another name for my TBR game. I'm still going to have the alphabetical cards. If you haven't watched it, I do a lot of complicated, as my son says, processes to choose my TBR. I'm going to take this banner off real quick. Hang on. There we go. But I have multiple steps, we'll say, to choosing my TBR because I don't want to have to make a decision. I have too many books. So anyway, but yeah, part of it is that my books are in alphabetical order by title. So that helps when I'm choosing the books because I'd never remember an author's name. Kiana says, ooh, she got to page 62 of The Liar. Okay, what's that book about? Let me know. Got to 64%. Nice. I'm assuming that means you're in an audio book. Bree's gonna grab some more coffee. Do it, do it. Coda says, okay, yeah, it's the syrup. Yeah. Yes, yes, I agree. It's the syrup. Too much syrup and all that breakfast bread is soggy. Um, and you'll do waffles. I'll do waffles too, Coda, because in my opinion, they crisp up better. Like I like toast. That's my go-to thing. And I think I like waffles because they're the one thing that I can get close to feeling like toast, I guess. And Christina says, whoops, where did the sprint go? I went down a rabbit hole on the internet. Oh no. Hope you find your way back. Morning, Donna. Morning, Christina. Oh, okay. So mom's book collection. Your name is Donna. I got it. The fine print was good. So Kiana read that as well. The second book, oh, okay, I was right. It is the Wheel of Time. I could picture the cover, but I just couldn't picture what series it was in. Okay, I know there's a lot of people who've been doing the Wheel of Time. I have Eye of the World, and I haven't tried it yet. I'm interested. I have only recently, in the last few years, gotten into fantasy. And I think I've technically only done a couple of high fantasies. I've read the entire Lord of the Rings. And more recently, last year, I read what is it, the Sword of Shannara? I don't know. My whole family calls it the Sword of Shanae. So that that doesn't help. But I did not like that book, guys. I don't know if you've read it. I know there's people who really like the book. I don't know. My son was joking. He was like, "Oh, what's it about? The friends you meet along the way?" And I was like, "Well, okay. Yeah, it's the second book in the Wheel of Time. Okay, thank you, Coda. Yes, yes." And then Jaleesa says, I think A Clash of Steel is YA and it's a remix classic of Treasure Island. Oh, wow. Okay, I'm gonna have to write that down. That sounds really interesting. I love reading like retellings and books about books and books that are mentioned in books. So that sounds good to me. I organize my library by author's name and then the book titles or series. Yeah, I think that's what most people do. But I know if I ever wanted to find a book that I haven't read yet, I'm going to remember the title. I'm not going to remember who it's by, and then I'd have to look it up, and then I wouldn't bother. Cody says, that's cool. I don't think I've ever seen anyone organized strictly by the title, alpha, title, TBR. Oh, okay. Yeah, maybe. Maybe. Yeah. How many books do you have in total? And what percent do you think is unread? I'll have to get back to you by that. I do have, in theory, all of my books in Storygraph. So it should be able to tell me how many books I own. And I could probably give you a percent of them of which are unread. And I'll tell you right now, everything you see up here is unread. And that's because I only keep books that are 5-star, and it's just the bottom two shelves of my bookshelf so far, or at this point. Um, so the only books that I like permanently keep, uh, I don't give a lot of 5 stars, so I end up unhauling a lot. Heather says, I'm 77 pages into East Eden. Okay, so you're just starting out. It's one of the types of books where you get lost in it. Ooh, I like that. Steinbeck makes these people that you could swear you know personally. Yes, I have heard that his characterization is amazing. And that people just love, love, love his writing style. So I'm really hoping that I'm going to like East of Eden. The characters in it sound really fascinating to me, as does like the complexity of the drama there. I don't remember what I had heard about it, but there's something sort of spoilery that I had heard about it at one point, and that made me really excited to read it. So we'll see. We'll see. Coda says, "Yep, waffles are crispy. That's why toast is great. Butter me up or throw some Yes, Coda, we could have breakfast together. Let me tell you right now. Like we are breakfast buds right here because you have just said like all the things that I like for breakfast." And Christina says, we're doing a group buddy read for the Wheel of Time right now. Yes, I've been seeing that in sprints. We're on the first book, Eye of the World. You could join us. Ooh, I don't know, Christina. Have you seen my January TBR? It's a little backed up. But thank you for the invite, and I'll think about it. I will. Coda says, by the way, Nicole, Jonathan Strange is on Audible, unabridged. Okay, let me know if you don't get around to it this month. I need to read that one too, but I'm booked this month. Yeah, I hear you, Coda. I will let you know if I don't get around to it. I did see somebody who mentioned at one point that they were listening to it on Audible or on a audio as an audio book. And I had looked around on the apps that I have and hadn't found it. And I wondered if that was where she got it, was on Audible. I really do wanna read it. I started it at one point and got maybe, like, 20 pages in, and I think I was sleep deprived because I was like, "This is not going fast." So I do think a audiobook would help me with that one. Okay, bookworm. Lynn says, "Some people like the Wheel of Time series, others say it's very dry and hard to follow, and but you're enjoying it." Okay, good to know. Yeah, I've suspected that it's probably one of those that becomes hit or miss. Jaleesa says, "Oh, laugh aloud. I've read a book from my personal library. I turn the book backwards or the spine facing the shelf." Oh, yeah, that's a good idea. So then you know when you've read something versus not. Yeah. I've seen people do that. I've seen people who also have, I think, their unread books with the pages facing out instead of the spine. So right now, I have enough room on my shelves that I just have the couple bottom shelves are what I'm not reading. Kisa says I have about 10 pages left of Black Cake. Oh, nice. Not sure if you want to read Rebecca or Piranesi next. Ooh, wow. Those are some good choices. I have read both. I really like both. I don't know if I can help you with that. So if you guys want to put in the comments, some suggestions, but ooh, oh yeah, those are both good and have similar vibes, but in very, very different ways. And I think you'll like them both. So you're gonna finish Black Cake today. That's exciting. And Lynn says, I've organized by title before, now I organize by genre and then height. Oh, interesting with the height. Okay. I've done the genre before too. And I liked that. Like when I'm mood reading, I like having my shelves organized by genre because then it's easier to find the genre that I'm in the mood for because that's usually what the change is for me. Coda says, oh, I need to go through Storygraph and log everything I own. I have over 1,200 books. That's going to be a lot of logging. Maybe 10 to 20% only are read. Now I want to know for sure. Oh, well, see, yeah, then you're going to have to log it. Like I guess get on a sprint or something and you can make that a task sometime. But yeah, no, I think it's actually pretty normal to own more books that you haven't read than books that you've read. Um at least I tend to see that as being the more common thing. I think a lot of people, maybe people who don't read a lot, assume that if you own books, it's because you've read them all. But I think we collect the books so we can read them when we get to them. Christina says it's just one more book. Yep. Coda says Nicole just trade out Jonathan Strange for the Wheel of Time. That's true. That is true. I could do that. So we'll see. We'll see. I have one more book that I'm trying to get to before I start reading Jonathan Strange. And I'm trying to get to The House of Seven Gables because I'm doing Nathanuary, which is a book challenge that's being hosted by Sarah at Bell's Library. She's also on BookTube. And all you have to do to participate is just read one book by Nathaniel Hawthorne. So I have read The Scarlet Letter. I think a lot of people have read The Scarlet Letter. And I have mixed feelings about that book, but I took a really good class on it in college. So I like it a lot better now than I did in high school. But I did not want to reread that. So I got The House of Seven Gables, which, if you've read The Scarlet Letter, I felt like that was a pretty dry book. Apparently, The House of Seven Gables is a sensation novel. So, like people passing out. It also sometimes gets categorized as a horror novel, which is not what I think of when I think of Nathaniel Hawthorne. So, and it's a pretty short book. It's only like a couple hundred pages. So, after I finish one of these two, I'm starting that. And then I'm going to jump into Jonathan Strange. And I think you're right, Coda. If it doesn't work out, or maybe even if it is, I might switch to the Wheel of Time because I'm a joiner. Kiana says, I have read books organized by author and my unread books organized by color. Oh, yeah. I love when people do it by color. I always think that's so pretty. I tried that once and just realized that I'd go neurotic if I tried that. Coda says, I want to read it too. Her book, Piranesi, is one of my favorite books, definitely up there on my fantasy list. Yep. See, Coda, now you're making me like want to jump on the Wheel of Time so we can do Jonathan Strange together in a month that we're not like totally booked up. So I'm gonna have to think about that. Lynn says Rebecca. Yep. And yeah, there's a vote for Piranesi. Yeah, we're not gonna make this easy on her, guys. I can see that already. Coda says he hasn't read Rebecca yet. Oh, read it, Coda. It's not a very long book and it goes super fast. Oh, yeah, it's interesting on so many levels. Oh, you want to know my 5-star reads? Well, Heather, this is good to know because one of my next videos coming out, I believe, next Wednesday or the Wednesday after that. But anyway, this month I have a book that's a book. I have a book coming out. No, I don't, guys. I do not write. I have a video coming out later this month where I'm going to go through all my 5-star reads that I currently own. So watch for that. Because since I didn't start my channel until like October, I realized there's all sorts of books from last year and it's not a ton of books. But I mean, I might split it into 2 videos so it's not super long, but I would love to share my 5-star reads because I love them all, obviously. Keisha says, thanks, y'all. I think I'm going to go with Piranesi. Yay! All right, there you go. Group help. I hope you enjoy it. You'll have to let us know. What is Storygraph? Okay, so Heather, if you know about Goodreads, Storygraph is an online site or a app, phone app or tablet app. Online, I know you have to go to thestorygraph.com, but it's like a book organizing app that's very much in some ways like Goodreads, where you can put the books that you've read or that you want to read on there. But what I love about Storygraph is that when you have like as it goes, it tracks the stats of what you're reading, how many pages, what genres, that kind of stuff. And then there's actually a section where you can go and look at your stats, and there's like bar graphs and pie graphs and line graphs. And so if you like stats and looking at the statistics of your books, I would look at Storygraph. I also love Storygraph because it is not a huge like corporation sort of Amazon thing. There are individual people who own and run it, and I think it's so well done. So go check it out. This is not sponsored. I am in no way affiliated with them. Coda says for the Wheel of Time and the Yeah, I know. I think I'm gonna have to switch. I think I'm gonna have to switch. Okay. Alice Hoffman, Practical Magic, writes about Hawthorne in some of her books as a character. Oh, that's interesting. Why does Practical Magic sound familiar? What is that book about, Christina? Because I feel like I've heard it before. And I'm definitely going to have to get a notebook when we go into our next reading sprint because I need to write these things down because I have a horrible memory. 10% into Gravity's Rainbow. Wow. Okay. Okay. Is your name pronounced Ela? It's hard for me to tell because the two letters both look like I's or L's. So, but wow. So you're finding it fun. Okay. I am not a postmodern stream of consciousness type of person. And my understanding is Gravity's Rainbow is stream of consciousness. Correct me if I'm wrong about that. I love that I have most of these books unread in my collection, Practical Magic. Right. Are you sitting here writing them down, Coda, and like coming up with your next TBR list? Because that's me over here. Christina, it was also a movie with Sandra Bullock and Nicole Kidman. Practical Magic? Is that when you're maybe that's why I know of it. It's that is sounding really familiar. But it's a story about sisters. Oh, interesting. Okay. Yeah, it's was made into a movie. Yep, what Christina said. Okay, yep. I think you guys are right. I think that's why I'm familiar with it. Yeah, that sounds exactly like what I'm thinking about. Like I can almost picture it. There are 4 books in the series, though, 2 that come before Practical Magic and 1 after. Huh. I don't even think I knew it was a book, let alone a series. And then Coda says, I picked Gravity's Rainbow out of a book bin. I typically don't read the backs of books, but I read the back of that one, and how could you not be interested in that? I, I agree with you, Coda. Like the premise of that book sounds so fascinating to me. But I swear I picked it up at one point and tried it and hated the writing style. But you guys, now I'm like, maybe I should try it again. I might check it out of my library. I know they have a copy. So Midnight margaritas, put the lime in the coconut. Oh, yes, 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 yes. It's all coming back to me now. Thank you, Celine Dion. All right, so let's go ahead. I've reached the end of the comments that I can see. I know there's a delay, so if you've commented and I haven't gotten to yours yet, I will get to that when we come back from our next sprint, but let's go ahead and get going with the next sprint. So I'm going to slowly put up my timer again. Um, and we will do another 30-minute sprint. If that works for everybody, I'm going to continue I was about to say I'm going to continue watching the Poppy Yards. That's definitely not what I'm going to continue reading. I'm going to continue reading the Poppy Wars, and I'm going to get my notebook and try and write down everything you guys just mentioned. So here we go with 30 minutes. I'll see you guys back in a bit. Hello, hello, hello. So we are back. How did you do this go around? How much reading did you get done, or what were you working on? I was working on the Poppy Wars again. I did go and get my notebook so that I could write down all the wonderful books that are coming up in this chat. I made it through 12 pages in the Poppy War because then I got distracted by a lot of other things. But I did get out my copy of The Wheel of Time, so yeah, no, I can't resist. So I'm switching. I wanna jump on the bandwagon. I have it on there, so I'm gonna take Coda's suggestion. I'm gonna switch the Wheel of Time out for Jonathan Strange. I'm actually saving myself like I think 100 pages of reading. So yeah, if you've seen my TBR video, I could use 100 pages less. So there we go. So that will be up there soon. So let's get to the comments. Let's see where we left off. Um, oh, we were talking about practical magic. Um, so Christina was telling us more about the book. She said the first, because it's a series, and the first in the series is about the ancestor, the second about the aunts, the practical magic, and the fourth is when the little girls are a bit older, like college age. Interesting. I apparently really knew nothing about the book or the series at all. Coda says, I feel like I have to be in a certain mood for lit. I agree. Like I love lit, but I definitely need to intersperse some like contemporary or postmodern fiction or even literary fiction or fantasy or something to keep myself going. And he says, but when I'm in the mood, I enjoy it on a whole nother level. Yes, I would also agree with that. I enjoy literature, like classic literature, on a completely different level from all other fiction. Yeah, yeah, that was my reaction to Coda was like, Wait, there's even sequels? I didn't even know there was a book." So 2 prequels and a sequel. Oh, okay, that makes sense because 'cause I'm sure that one of the prequels is the whole ancestor. You read them every October, it's a tradition. That makes sense, that makes sense. And Coda's Googling again. Yeah, he's gotta collect oh, yeah, once you've read the first. Yep, 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 yep. I'm with you there. I'd probably try and check them out of the library, see if I like it. And Lula reads, hello, thanks for joining. Hi, Vanessa, thanks for coming on. So nice. Coda says hi to Vanessa. And Vanessa says hi to Coda. And Vanessa says hydrate. Yes, Vanessa, I was just thinking that when I took my break. I was like, wow, I'm thirsty. Yeah, I've got my bottle right here. Was I drinking from it? No. I'm not going to drink from it right now because mine like sounds like a water fountain or a bubbler if you're from New England. So Bree, oh, you're back. Okay, did you go somewhere? What do you oh, got distracted by chores. Yeah, nope, I've done that before, even during a sprint where I like get super focused and then I come back and I'm like the I've come back and like the sprint has been like over, the live stream ended. Da, da, da. Christina, yeah, it totally does happen, Bree. So we've been there. We get that. Another hi to Vanessa. Yes. Yeah, I know. I'm excited too now, Coda. Like, let's go. Let's go. So you guys are gonna have to tell me like where is this whole Wheel of Time read along thing happening so that like, I can become part of that party. Okay, Lynn said I listened to 3% of The Great Hunt. Nice, 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 nice. How do you like the audiobooks? I haven't heard much about them, I don't think. I've heard a lot about the what is the series by Brandon Sanderson? It starts with The Way of Kings. Can't think of the series names, but I've heard that the audiobooks for that are really good. I haven't heard much about the ones for Wheel of Time. Yay, Christina says. You finished the TBR video during the sprint. Thanks, Coda. Hope you enjoyed. Hi, everyone. Finishing up a cozy Christmas book. Nice. What's the cozy Christmas book, Wanda? Welcome to our little sprint here. I read an Irish Chris no, he wasn't a Christmas doctor, an Irish country doctor over Christmas, and that was super cozy and nice. and I really want to read the book in the series that's an Irish country Christmas at next Christmas because that just sounds so cute. Christina got a plan for today, going to get this tree down today and get my room back. I will miss it. It is pretty, but yeah. Yeah, I'm there with you, Christina. My husband took down our the lights on our house yesterday and packed up a couple of other things, but our tree is still up. I know it's got to come down, but we decorated it. I had like a whole bunch of family here this year for Thanksgiving, and we decorated like all the nieces and nephews decorated our tree this year. And so like now not only is it like, oh, the Christmas tree, it's so pretty. I plug the lights in every single night and day. But it's also like super sentimental this time because all the kids decorated it. So now I'm kind of like, can we just keep the tree up year round? Like I could replace this tree right here that I'm pretty sure I'm allergic to with like my Christmas tree. Like the temptation is real, guys. Lynn says, good choice. It took me a long time to get through Jonathan Strange, and only after I saw the miniseries to kickstart my interest again. I did see that there was a miniseries on that, and I definitely want to watch that miniseries once I've read the book. But okay, you're making me feel good about my little switch there. Oh, and you worked on your journal, just got The Lightning Thief out to do today's pages. Nice. I do that too, where I'll kind of like set myself a goal of how many pages to read. Chris says he would love to see a sequel adaptation to Practical Magic with Kidman, Bullock, and the kids would all be grown up now too. That would be cute, right? If only Hollywood would, listen to what us fans want and, you know, movies on demand, like would have a whole new meaning. 38% into Clash of Steel, still enjoying the story. What's funny about stories like this is I hyperfixate on the items that have gone missing and end up not caring about anything else in the story. I could totally relate to that, Jaleesa, where you're like, wait, they left out this, they left out that, and like where the whole reading just becomes a comparison story. Yeah, yeah, I do that too. That's the struggle's real. Heather, I'm working now, but still tuned in to hear the book chat. Nice. I've got Black Cake now on my TBR. Great, Heather. It's an interesting read. I think the premise is really good, and it goes with a trope that's not usually my favorite, but it was really well done in this book. And I do the same thing too, Heather. If I'm just working on paperwork stuff, like I will leave the chat on background because it's a good reminder to me too when the chat starts to like take a break, stretch, hydrate, do all those things. Okay, Christina says, "Oh, I would love that too, Coda. Yep, 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 yep. Same." Vanessa says, "I've had a few meetings this morning, so just working on some admin stuff now. Great, Vanessa, getting stuff done." Oh, and then she says, "Hi to Christina. Hi, Bree. I know. Hi, everybody." And it's happening at Brittany. Oh, okay, yes. Okay, I knew that. I couldn't think where I had seen it. Okay, so Brittany loves reading. She's the one who is doing the real time read along, and you think they just finished chapter 10. Okay, so I'm going to be like super far behind, but are they reading like one of the books a month, or how long are they giving themselves to read the book? Because I'm sure I can catch up. I guess I can go and watch and find out. Miss Bourne. I haven't read Sanderson yet either, Coda. So I somehow I bought The Way of Kings first, even though it's not Miss Bourne, it's the other one. I'll pull it off my shelf during our next sprint if nobody can figure it out. It's his other series that's like the longer series that I think another book is coming out in now. It's not the Mistborn one. Oh, I know a lot of people start with that one because I think it's a slightly easier read, and I just skipped it and I'm have the other book, but I have read no Sanderson yet. Lynn says the audiobooks for Wheel of Time are good. Best way to get through it, she thinks. Okay, yeah. I'm definitely thinking I'm gonna get do like a joint read. I love to physically read through things, but if it has an audiobook, I like that because then if I find that it's just a slow off-paced moment for me, I find it really easy to switch to audiobook to get through that section. So that will probably be my plan. Christina says Brittany loves reading, is doing the read along buddy read thing, and it is on her B and K Discord. I am not on Discord, so I have not jumped on that bandwagon yet. I'm like I feel like an old fuddy duddy. I'm like, oh, I don't know technology, but I'll probably get on Discord. Kiana says one kid on the bus. Oh, is it cold out where you are? What's the temperature where you are? I don't I have so many things on this chair with me. I'm like sitting in a chair and a half, so it's like smaller than a love seat, but bigger than a chair. And I don't even know where my cell phone went. Like I'm literally losing stuff in the chair I'm sitting in. But yeah, what's the weather where everybody is? My son decorated this year. He did a great job on your tree. Nice. You had to get pictures. Finally got those taken so I can post them. And just a little bit behind. Nice. Yeah, I know. It's so nice when like you have like a family member decorate your tree for you. Oh, the Stormlight Archives, right? Yeah, that sounds right to me too. So, can we both be wrong? Yeah, we probably can. And Kiana said you bought Warbreaker and still haven't read it. Oh yes, I have Warbreaker as well, and I also have not read that yet. so, so Kiana, maybe we should do a read along at some point and do Warbreaker because that seemed less intimidating to me to start with the standalone. In fact, I have to admit, I wish more fantasy were standalones because in general, I am not a series reader and I will not finish a series. Like, I don't care if you ended your book on a cliffhanger, unless it's awesome. I'm not reading book two. So, and then could have said, wait, I thought you said you listened to a little bit. No, no, no. I have not listened to any of The Way of Kings. I haven't even like cracked the book or read a page. Christina, we are doing one a month. Okay, but you are not that behind. I have to restart it. I was not focused when I started it, and now I have the audio too. So, okay, good. Okay, so if the goal is just to finish The Way of King or I'm getting them all confused. If the goal is to just finish one book a month, I should be able to finish that at least within the timeline. You just got Discord in 2023. She shocked all of my yeah, I would shock my son if I did that. Also got Instagram. They don't know who I I love that your kids are like, "Who are you?" Yeah, I'm on Instagram, but I don't know that I've actually ever posted on Instagram. It's more like a ghost and like just watching what other people are doing on there. And I don't even have it on my phone anymore at this point, but I'm thinking I need to get like back on that. And Canada, oh, 45. Oh, that would be cold in California. Yeah, depending on what part of California you're in. Yeah, chilly, 45. And Coda's laughing at Christina. Yeah, yeah. And that sounds good. People have recommended starting with, yes, that is why I bought Warbreaker as well. I think I first bought The Way of Kings, and then I was watching somebody and they were like, maybe start with Warbreaker because it's a standalone. And I was like, that makes way more sense than what I did, but oh well. And then Lynn says, I found Discord notifications too intrusive. So I personally just follow Kim's Patreon Discord, super introvert here. That makes sense to me because I could see that if I was on Discord, I would probably make it so that it wouldn't notify me when there were updates, if that was possible. And if it wasn't, I wouldn't like it. Because I'm the same way. Like I don't want to get pings to my phone constantly. Like if I'm in Discord or on a platform, then ping away. But if I'm not, like I don't want that coming at me. Coda says, okay, well, the Stormlight series just happens to be narrated by the same people that do the Wheel of Time. Oh, that's neat. I like that. I liked that Sanderson liked them so much that he like wanted to have that involved. Isn't Sanderson the one who finished the series? Am I wrong about that? Did Sanderson finish the series? I know there was some author who didn't finish his fantasy series, and then some other well-known author came in and finished it for them. In fact, I think that's happened a couple of times with some authors. And your first post in Instagram was September when you finished the blanket you were working on most of the summer. Christina, do you knit or crochet? I feel like I read that somewhere else. Oh, okay, and you can turn off the pings. Yep, that would be me. Codis says you can turn off the notifications per Discord and also per channel. I think that way you only get notifications of what you're actively following. Yep, that is what I would have to do. And had to do that in readathon in August. Yep. Uh, are you reading Sanderson now? Are you, Coda? Oh, you crochet and sew. Nice. Okay, so you were crocheting a blanket in the summertime? Like that's intense. I knit, so I know how hot that can get sometimes. And Lynn says she also turns off the notifications. Fair deal. And Cody says, yes, Sanderson's finished it. Okay, that's what I thought. Jordan's wife approached him without him applying. Jordan read one of the books and wanted him. Nice. I love that. I love that the writing community is like that. I've heard that the transition is noticeable, but that it seems like most people still like it. So I don't know if there's people in here who have finished the whole series and how they feel about how that went. And Christina says, oh, and she paints and whatever else strikes her. Okay, so you're just an all around creative person, Christina. I like that. I dabble in painting too. But my absolute favorite is oil pastels. Like if you guys like coloring, I know that sounds crazy. Go buy yourself like a mid-priced set of oil pastels and yeah, I wish more people would do like a color by number for oil pastels because I just love that medium. I do my own drawings with oil pastels, but I uh, I just love oil pastels. Yes, it was oh, wow, 300 granny squares. I am impressed. That is like I can't crochet. I have tried to learn how to crochet. I can't do it because I apparently just can't count while doing other things, and I could not get to the point where I didn't have to count. I feel like you always have to count in crochet as you're working on it, and I can't do the counting part. Jaleesa says, yeah, I turn off the pings on Discord, yep, and servers all the time, especially the servers with a lot of channels and followers. It's just a little, yeah, it can be really overwhelming, especially once you start adding in that you're getting text and then you're getting emails and everything's binging and bonging. Yeah. I guess that may not be a true Sanderson, though, since he finished Jordan's work. Yeah, I get what you mean. Coda says, yes, Christina, reading Wheel of Time. He wrote the last three books. The transition is noticeable, but I'm happy I haven't read any of Sanders. Okay, nice. Yeah, I've heard that the transition is very noticeable, and then it seems like people are split on whether or not they like how that worked. I chose Wheel of Time as my next long epic fantasy after Realm of the Elderlings, Robin Hobb, yep, because the series is finished. I almost chose the Cosmere. Ah, yeah, okay, okay. But it's still an active series, yeah. So by the Cosmere, I'm assuming you mean the one that like starts with Mistborn and that kind of thing. Or no. You mean like Brandon Sanderson's whole series of books, including Mistborn and The Way of Kings. And I gotcha. Okay. Yeah, but you chose the Wheel of Time. How did you end up liking The Realm of the Elderlings? I have Assassin's Apprentice, which is the first book, and I've heard some good things about Robin Hobb as well. I know, Christina, don't you just love oil pastels? I'm telling you guys, if you like to color or draw or anything and you have not picked up some like oil pastels in a while. Don't do the Crayola ones. They're hard. Like try and find something that, in my opinion, is like medium, like creamy. Like neo pastels. You can get oil pastels and neo pastels. Like they come in like a box set of like 12. And it's expensive for what you're getting, but it's not expensive overall. Like it's probably like 15 bucks or something like that. And you can get it at most arts and crafts stores. If you like to color and you have not tried oil pastels in a while, warning, you can't use them on just regular paper because there is oil in it. And like getting oil on paper, it will bleed through and can cause issues. But yeah, Lynn likes art as well. I know, just all the crafty things. Christina says, I like the ones that get all over your hands. It is messy, but it brings out, yes. That is so true about oil pastels. it is not a clean art by any means. Though I don't feel like painting is either, but I think the difference is painting, like if you're especially if you're doing acrylics, it washes off really easily. Whereas oil pastels, it can end up being like you just poured oil all over your hands. And like your hands are clammy, everything can get sticky. But yeah, it's a great like um I can't think of what it's called when you're like feeling something, but it's a great sensation and feeling and moving it. And Lynn says, I enjoyed it all overall, some of them more than others. The Mad Ship books are your favorite. Okay. I have heard that a lot of people really like the Mad Ship, what is it, the Mad Ship Traders or Live Ship Traders, something like that. Um, yeah, so that's the Robin Hobbs book. Yeah. And Christina says, nostalgia, maybe so. Hey, Courtney. Thank you. Yes, yes. I'm so excited to be in the sprinting arena. So very nice. Oh, thank you for stopping by. What are you reading today, Courtney? Vanessa gives us a reminder to stretch and move. That is what I am going to be doing on our next sprint. I'm going to be switching to my audiobook. I have an audiobook of an equal music, and I have my headphones here, and I'm going to put that on, and I'm going to be getting some laundry done and stuff around the house so that I'm up and moving. So, and then it says, yeah, the Live Ship Traders. That's the name. Yeah, yeah. I think one of the books in the series is like the Mad Ship or something like that. That sounds familiar to me. And Christina says, yep, drink, yep, hydrate. Coda says, morning, Courtney. Courtney says, hi, everyone. I hope you're having a great morning. I am stretching because I don't think my body can handle a workout. I feel you there, Courtney. And if you guys don't know, though I'm pretty sure most of you know, Courtney is doing a really fun readathon this month, the boot camp readathon. And I'm doing that, and it's so fun. And on her sprints that she's doing for the boot camp challenge, during the sprints, like when we're at the chat part, she randomly pulls like little exercises and stuff for us to do. So that's a lot of fun. I was exhausted after doing that last night, Courtney, because I somehow missed at the beginning that we only had to do the movements for like a minute or two. And so I did them almost the entire first chat. And I was like, yep, nope, tired now. It's a good bedtime activity or like pre bedtime. And Christina says, hi, Courtney. And just got my third tea and breakfast and will plan my to-do list for today. Nice. What kind of tea are you drinking? I love tea. And what's for breakfast? I'm nosy. And Courtney says, I'm cleaning. Hi, Christina. Hi, Coda. Nice. I got to get to cleaning too. Christina says, I feel that too, Courtney. I keep trying though. Yes, there you go. All right, well, let's go ahead and get back into our next reading sprint. How's everybody feeling about the 30 minutes? Is that good? Do people want a little bit longer? We could do either. Courtney says you did a full workout. Yeah, I did do a full workout, like because it was probably like a 15-minute sprint, and I did it when it was like the mountain climber ones, and I was doing the standing mountain climbers, and yeah, yeah, it was a good night's sleep. And Kiana says, "Hi, Courtney." And Patricia, hello, just home from work, going to continue reading Fourth Wing. Nice. Well, hello, welcome on. How are you liking Fourth Wing? I know that's like going around. Do you like it enough that you're planning on going on to Iron Flame next? I want to know. Acquired Minds, Orange Pico tea, and Breaky is ooh, yeah. Okay, nice. That sounds good. I love tea with like orange in it. So that's one of my favorites. Okay. And Lynn says, this will be a lunch sprint for you. Good. What are you having for lunch? Do you know? And 30's good. Okay. And yeah, hey, lady, says Courtney to Kiana. All right. Well, let's go ahead then. Let me pull up our little screen here. I always think like when I'm sharing something on YouTube, like, is this copyright? Am I going to get a strike? And then the only other thing I think is at least they can't demonetize me because my channel's not monetized. So There's no pressure there. Ooh, I went ahead and started it. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and get into our next sprint. I already started it, so I'm going to put my headphones on and put my earbuds in and get to work. I'll see you guys when we Hello, welcome back. I always I always think of like trying to be kind of quiet when we come back because I know a lot of people love to use the cat timer, but that Pomodoro cat scares the crap out of me every single time. So I don't know why. But because I think because it sounds so much like a cat, I'm like, where's the cat? What's happening? So anyway, let's go back to the comments. I did listen. I found my phone, like I thought it was in the chair with me. So I did listen to the audiobook version of An Equal Music, and I got through another 20 pages in this book. Yeah, I have mixed feelings about it, but overall, I'm glad I have the audiobook, I guess, is the point that I've gotten to. This book is partially about a love story where apparently a guy, the main character, was really in love with this woman. They were both in a string quartet together. And then he started having his own sort of life crisis, and their relationship ended. And we're now 10 years into the future, or that was 10 years in his past, which, however you want to look at it. And he has been, like, regretting his choices basically ever since, uh, the end of their relationship until he runs into her again one day. So, there's parts of that trope that I am really enjoying, but the other part that this book is about is it is actually a lot about chamber music, which I wasn't expecting even though it says music in the title, but it's really like about chamber music. Like I feel like I'm now experiencing what it's like to play in a string quartet or quintet. But for funsies, because I love when books have music in them, I've actually put a playlist on my channel where you can listen to some of the music that they talk about in the book, because I always think that's fun to do. So if you like classical music, go check that out. I haven't listened to the whole thing through because there's only like 4 or 5 pieces that prominently feature in the book, and they're all like 30 minutes or an hour and a half long, which I cannot even imagine playing an hour and a half long piece. I mean, obviously live in concert, they do it in movements, but still. Okay, so Lynn was telling us what she was having for lunch. So she had leftover lasagna. The other things that I did during that break while I was listening to the audiobook was I started my laundry and then I got hungry. So I also ate lunch and I ate chili. We had some leftover chili and cornbread, and so I had that. Yum, 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 yum. So now I'm like all warm and cozy from my warm hot chili. I do have a banner going. I meant to put this up during the sprint, but I forgot. So I'm going to kind of leave it going now. I was wondering if people wanted to put what the first line is in the book that they're reading right now. So I don't know. I love how books start, and some of them, let's be honest, start better than others. So when we go into the, I'll put mine in the comments at some point too. Trissa says, yes, she did order Iron Flame already because she's currently reading Fourth Ring and she's absolutely hooked on the series. Great. Glad you're enjoying it. And then, oh, hi, Patty. Patty reads a lot. She says, hi, she was lurking this morning on the bike. Nice. Got your biking in. Thank you. Thank you. Congratulations on the streaming. And yeah, thank you for subscribing. So, and she said happy sprinting because this was from before the sprint. So happy sprinting to you too. Tell me how you did. And Beck says she finished the copy edit in answer to the earlier question about editing scientific papers, because that's what she does. Or I'm assuming you're a she. I'm not sure what your pronouns are. They go through several rounds of review with field experts before they wind up on my desk. Okay, so I'm assuming that means then that you're truly just like looking for the typos and that level of editing. Okay, gotcha, clear. My job is to make sure the papers, the tables, and the figures are edited for clarity and follow our style guidelines before they go into print. That makes sense. Bless you. That, in my mind, would be a difficult job. I started out in college, get this, as a pre-vet student. I was going to be a vet. That was my plan going into college. I did not end up being a vet. I ended up majoring in English, so talk about a change. But I did take some science classes and had to do a couple of very long, like, science reports, and putting the tables and the papers and the figures and all that in was my least favorite thing in the world to do. Maybe because all that technology was still relatively new. Like, my year at college was the first year that all the students were required to have a computer. So you can imagine, like, putting that into their original Excel and pretending it was going to make you a chart, and it did, but yeah. Yes, Vanessa, good reminder to get up and stretch. I did that. I hydrated. Okay, yeah, Vanessa's almost done with her admin work. Nice, nice, nice. You're sprinting later today, aren't you, Vanessa? Um, Gotta move some books around. Yeah. Okay, I totally feel you on that, Vanessa. I have to admit, I really like rearranging my bookshelves. I don't know about anybody else, but it's kind of a fun way to remind yourself of everything that's up there, and you get to touch all the books, and you get to go, "Ooh, this one feels nice." Yeah. And then, uh, is it Emily, Amelia? Chapter one. Hi, hello, welcome. I'm gonna say Amelia, yeah, I'm sorry. Maybe you'll give me some clues. Okay, yep. You ate lunch, watched my TBR video game. Yeah, yeah, yeah. This is what's remaining of the stack over there. So I'm getting through it, kind of, sort of. So, because it does include these two books, and then there's a couple others that I finished. So yeah, I had a huge stack by the time I was done with that game, but it was fun. Christina says, finished the laundry and got to chapter 8. Very nice. Getting stuff done. Jaleesa did some work and listened to 4% more of A Clash of Steel. You know, Jaleesa, I did figure out at one point when I went back to write down the name of the book that that probably had to do with sword fighting. So let me know if that's true, because I read The Count of Monte Cristo last year and The Legend of Ellie Mumpress and realized that I really like sword fighting in my books. I was not expecting that. So just thinking of that makes me, like, think about the Three Musketeers, because I'm ready for that. Christina, first line, look, I didn't want to be a half blood. Oh, what are you reading again, Christina? Because I'm gonna make really poor attempts to, like, my short-term memory is literally, I feel like, 3 seconds long. So I am going to have forgotten all of the books that you guys are reading unless you repeat them. So I'm going to try and match your first line to what I think book it is. So I would think that this would be Harry Potter, but I know that's not true. But doesn't that sound like it could be the first line of Harry Potter? Or like Hermione's own book or something like that? Though Hermione wasn't a half-blood, was she? Now I really wanna know. Or is that Practical Magic? Right? I really don't remember what you were reading. Isn't that horrible? Coda chili and cornbread. Yeah, it was good. It's actually the chili from Costco. If you guys have a Costco near you. At ours, they sell, like, this huge tub of chili, which I'm sometimes skeptical of pre-made chili, but this one's actually really good. And the cornbread is, it was a cornbread mix from Dave's Barbecue Grill, I think, maybe? And Emily says, more and more TBR, keep calm. Okay, stay strong. God bless our TBRs. Yes, I like that. A little TBR prayer there. Patty reads a lot, says, let the dogs out, started dinner prep, updated story graph. Okay, so you started dinner prep. Now, here's a question for you. When you say dinner, are you meaning what I would call lunch, or do you mean dinner as in, like, supper in the evening? Because I have people in my family who call lunch dinner and who call, like, the evening one supper. And then I also know that there are other countries who use that terminology as well. So I'm curious if you are in a very different time zone where it's evening, or if you are making lunch. And Lula Reed says, I ate breakfast. It's this thing like ice cream, but they legally can't call it ice cream because it's not quite ice cream. They call it frozen dairy dessert. That sounds like something you'd get at McDonald's. Like there's no actual milk in it. So, but you ate it for breakfast. What flavor was it? And frozen dairy dessert. I'm assuming that means there's no, well, it still has dairy in it, right? Because it says it calls it a dairy dessert. Is it like frozen yogurt? Is that why it's not ice cream? I wanna know more about this apparently. Okay, you tell me. It's made with different ingredients to reduce the amount of sugar and carbs. That's nice. I love that you're having it for breakfast too. Like yum yum yum. Jaleesa says she doesn't have much of an appetite this morning. You've been sipping peppermint tea. Love a good peppermint tea. It's cold and raining here. Wish I were in bed. Yes, tea in bed and a book. A plus plus. I may end up eating some beans and cornbread later. Okay, that sounds good. Getting your fiber in, some nice stuff. Love a good peppermint tea. First line in the wheel of time turns and ages come and pass, leaving memories that become legend, then fade to myth, and are long forgot when that age comes again. Oh, wow. See, I knew the first part of that, the wheel of time turns. I knew that was the first line of the book. I had heard that. But that whole sentence is pretty like, yeah, that pulls me in. I'd read that book for sure. First line, there could be some kind of warning, or there should be some kind of warning when your life is about to change forever. Ooh. Okay, what do I think you're reading? I know somebody was reading what is it? First line, first print. Why can't I find print? Is that from fine print? There should be some kind of warning when your life is about to change forever. Oh, or is that from Fourth Wing? Animals to English. Sounds like a good story. Yes, what are we talking about, Courtney? Like I said, I've totally forgotten. You're lucky I remember what happened during the sprint, let alone before it. Yep, okay, yeah. So Vanessa is sprinting tonight from 5 to 8. Nice. I'm sure I'll be popping in. Okay. And Jaleesa's first line, the wind storm seems to have no end. The heavens above unleashing a relentless torrent as the sea rises and falls in response. Ooh, atmospheric. Jaleesa. So you're somewhere by the sea in your book. We're talking about the heavens releasing a torrent. Maybe you were the one reading Fourth Wing. I like that setting though. Vanessa, that reminds me, I want to go to my local bookstore and sell them some of my books. I do that a lot and use the store credit to buy more books. I do that a lot too. But it's raining and I don't want them to get wet. Yeah, I know. That's always the thing. You can wrap them in plastic, but somehow I also feel like sometimes the humidity in the air when it's raining, though I do like when books get that feel, but I always feel bad because I feel like I'm damaging them. Lula says, what is this about first line? The first line of the book we're reading, or are we making up hypothetical first lines? Oh, yeah. So, Lula, like it says in the banner, we are uh, people are commenting on what the first line is in their book. Though, if you want to come up with your own potential first line of a book that you've made up, I'd love to hear that too. Wanda, starting line in Christmas at the Comfort Food Cafe, which sounds cute. Fizzy, the twinkle eyed little or My Little Pony is a rare and beautiful creature. Okay, yep, that totally fits that cozy, comfy vibe. And like, I love that there's a reference to the My Little Pony. I loved My Little Pony when I was a kid. I had one. I don't know how many of the rest of you like grew up in that time period where like that was the thing. And one of my favorite things to do was to take Barbie, and My Little Pony was her pony, of course, and they would hang out at the dream house. And because it was just my world, like Barbie would often ride My Little Pony to the top of the house and leap off the house on My Little Pony and go flying around. So that's what I did in my free time. Okay, Beck says, I'm making my way through The Count of Monte Cristo right now, almost 200 pages in and loving it. Great. I love that book. I really hope you enjoy it. And I have to say that if any part of the beginning feels slow to you, keep going because it just gets better and better and better. I didn't really think the beginning of the book was slow. I think what happened to me was I knew he got falsely imprisoned. Like it says that on the back of the book and everything. What I didn't expect was to hear so much about the imprisonment. Um, but I'm glad that you're loving it. Been a 5-star read for me. I will read that book again for sure. Okay, Lynn said Percy Jackson. Oh, okay. Yes. The Lightning Thief, right? As one of the okay. Yep, you're right. The Lightning Thief. I need something that I don't have to focus on as much. Okay. Interesting. Okay, that makes sense based on what I know of the Lightning Thief. I've never read that book, but yeah. More hydration. Yes, Vanessa. Thank you for the reminders. Coda says, I always make my chili homemade. Yep. You put green beans in yours. No, that does sound good. I like cooked green beans, and I could totally see that because I know sometimes people will put green bell peppers in their chili. And sometimes I find that like too sharp a flavor, but I feel like green bell peppers, if they're more mild, have a similar-ish flavor to green beans, and I like green beans and red sauce in my pasta, so I'm gonna have to try that sometime, Coda. That sounds good. Okay, and Heather, okay, see, Heather, I'm gonna cheat here because I remember you were reading East of Eden. So it says the Salinas Valley is in North Carolina. Yeah, that's just I bet. That's so true. Like, okay, pretty straightforward. Yep, yep. He's not giving a lot away. My phone keeps buzzing and binging over here. Jaleesa, there might be some sword fighting later on because there's a hidden treasure. So far, there's that talk of salt trading, managing a tea house, and thievery. Yep, 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 yep. Yep, I mean, it's a classic novel, so there's a lot more setup, but there's so much in that. There's so much in that. Vanessa's first line, "Oh no." Muriel Sparks stared at the startled chicken that had materialized on her kitchen counter. What? What? What are you reading, Vanessa? I have no idea. I am assuming it's fantasy of some sort. But that is the strangest, like, I love chickens, so I'm here for it. I grew up saying lunch and supper. Dinner is either lunch or supper, depending on which is larger. Oh, interesting. So you interchange them. Okay. Interesting. Kiana did no reading, but she's about to log into work. Pomodoro, Pomodoro. Yeah, get that on. All right. Do your thing. Happy working. Christina said, we just decided on supper tonight, but now I but now you want chili and cornbread. Yeah. Welcome to the dark side. Yeah. No, I love a good chili and cornbread, like all winter not long. Gotta keep making it. Coda says it was not the beginning, but it was a beginning. Ooh, nice. Now, is that the start of another book in the Wheel of Time series? I'm assuming. Okay, and I was reading the Heiress. Oh, interesting. Okay, okay. So that kind of feels like what's the Heiress about? Because that kind of reminds me of like makes me think of fine print. And Michaela says, my partner bought me a new book. Super excited to read it. Hello, Michaela. Thank you for joining. I haven't seen you on here yet. What are you reading? Lula says, I hate this right. Masha says, as in my Nissan Leaf, as I squeeze into a parallel parking spot, 2 sizes too small. First line, and what What's in a kiss? Okay. All right. So they're opening up. There's something they're about to do that they don't like, or that she doesn't like anyway. Coda says yes. The original 80s ponies. Yes. 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 The My Little Oh, I don't think I saw the My Little Ponies movie, Coda. Was it good? It sounds like it was good. But yeah, the 80s ponies. Yep. Nope. I had my 80s My Little Pony for forever, and then my mom gave it away. So sad. Standing in formation, I surveyed the layout of the desert land from Love and War by Kiera James. Nice. Standing in formation. So is that your military character pick for the boot camp? I'm assuming that's what you're using that for. The songs of the dead are the lamentations of the living. Oh, wow. First line of Eldest by Christopher Paolini. Wow, the songs of the dead are the lamentations of the living. Wow, that's deep. What's that book about? Oh, is Eldest, is that in the series with the dragons? I can't think of what it's called. And Lynn says, I wasn't big on Barbie, but I loved My Little Pony. I was so thrilled when my mom got me the castle one Christmas. Yes, I forgot about the My Little Pony castle. Oh my gosh, that is the best. Yes. Christina, I put corn in my chili, never thought about green beans. Oh, yeah, corn can be nice too. It adds that like pop of sweetness every now and then. And Coda says, I put all the bell peppers, the green, orange, red, yellow, nice. I also put black eyed peas in it. Ooh. Next, yeah. Vlog it, maybe. Yeah, on your channel. Yeah, that sounds really good. I don't know about the black eyed peas though. I, uh, I'd try it in a chili, but in general, I find black eyed peas are too starchy for me. Like I just Like, I don't mind their flavor, but they're just so starchy. I haven't found them something to eat with them that makes me like how starchy they are. And Kiana says, I'm the big house, and Shelby would always think of it as the big house. She says in her husband's big leather chair at his big important desk. Oh, okay, interesting. I'm the big house. Ah, I guess you have to keep reading. Or, oh, in the big house. Okay, okay. I was like, what does she mean by the fact that she's the big house? But in the big house, and Shelby would always think of it as the big house. Okay, 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 okay. I gotcha. I'm with you. I don't know. I kind of wanted it to be that she was the big house. I'm like, that would have made me want to keep reading to find out what she meant by that. Lula says, I hear the crack of his skull before the splattering of blood reaches me. Oh my gosh. That's the first line of Verity? Uh, oh gosh. I don't know what I would think of that. That's not a fantasy novel either, is it? Oh boy. Wow. Some of these are intense. Okay, Coda says, I want to use this spicy V8 instead of tomato juice. That is such a good idea. I used to love myself some spicy V8. Like, I'd drink that stuff straight out of the can. But I never thought of cooking with it because that's a good flavor. So, wow, Coda, like, yeah, I might need to go back and copy down like this sort of recipe that you're slowly building here for your chili because I used to have a chili mix that I used. And then the stores like just like spices. It was a spice combination that I used, and the store stopped selling it. And so now I'm like lost at like what to do to make my own homemade chili. But yeah, I'm writing these ingredients down. I'm reading a lot of books. Yeah, you are. And Vanessa says, I'm reading A Witch's Guide to Fake Dating a Demon. Oh, wow. Yeah. So you're going to fake date the demon? That sounds kind of dangerous to me, but sounds like a really interesting book. I was gonna guess Nettle and Bone. Oh, yeah, I could see that. I think that would have been a pretty good guess. No, that's the continuation. Oh, okay, okay, okay. Yeah, that's what I was wondering. I was wondering if that was like the next book. Hello, everyone. First line from my book I'm reading is Almost everyone thought the man and the boy were father and son. Well, hello, John. Welcome. Almost everyone thought the man and the boy were father and son. Hmm. What could you be reading? I don't know. I feel like that would almost be a Steinbeck opening. Yeah, Lula reads. Yeah. There is no possibility of taking a walk that day, says Charles, aka somebody's husband. Um, there was no possibility of taking a walk that day. Okay, now I want to know why, which is I'm sure why they made that the opening. What are you reading? Gotcha. Yeah. She got Coda, yeah. Um, okay, The Heiress is a thriller about the wealthiest woman in North Carolina, her heir, and the cutthroat battle for her estate. That wow. So if it's a thriller, I'm guessing that's fiction, right? Because that really sounds like it could also be like a really interesting nonfiction book, but all right there. And John said, oh, it's the first line in Salem's Lot. Who is that by? That sounds really familiar. And Christina says, yeah, the newer My Little Ponies is weird. I'm gonna have to look up a picture of those. Like, I haven't seen the My Little Ponies, but Coda was also saying the old My Little Ponies, and I know like all those things have gotten remade. So now I'm super curious. I'll do it when we go to break. Go back into Sprint. Lewis says Big Ed is about to tell it again. He greeted all the new ones. He sits them down, tells them about the place, and gets to know them as quickly as he can. And all rise for the honorable. Interesting. Huh. So is this like a courtroom drama of some sort? Is Big Ed a judge? That's what I would guess by that first slide. Coda says, OMG, go watch the 80s My Little Pony movie. Oh, it's where the Flutter Ponies. Oh, okay. You're talking about the 80s movies. I, for some reason, thought there was more. No, I know that movie. Yep. Nope. Love it. Love the Flutter Ponies. I never owned one, but I knew someone who did. So is the newer Strawberry Shortcakes. Oh, okay. Interesting. Yeah, I know. They just mess up our characters. I don't know why. I guess they thought they looked dated or something, but okay. And Lewis says it's T Cook. Okay. Never heard of that one. Sounds good. Interesting opening line. Kayla says the portable surgery unit hulked at the edge of a tract field, ringed by 4x4s and a lone Jeep. Feed them silence. Feed them silence sounds like a thriller of some sort. But then it's a portable surgery, which then puts me in mind of like some sort of military setting. Heather says I put beer and cheddar in her chili because she's hard because I am hard sore. Oh, you mean hardcore or did you mean hard sore? But beer and cheddar, that sounds incredible. But what kind of beer do you use for that though? Because I cook with beer, but like 99.9% of the time, if I do, I cook with Guinness and like with some sort of pot roast because I think that's literally just the best combination that has ever existed. Verity is a thriller. Yeah, that's what I thought. So yeah, that's a thrilling opening. That's crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. I'm a very visual person. Like I see a movie when I read books. So I don't think I'd be able to read Verity. I'd be seeing all sorts of horrible stuff. I try not to eat corn because it freaks me out how it reassembles itself. But I'll eat cornbread and corn tortillas and corn chips. And, yeah, I know what you mean, Coda. I love making chili. I always make the homemade kind. Yeah, and it's like there's so many easy ways to make it homemade too. Like if you're using canned beans, that kind of thing. Now you want V8. Yeah. Yeah, we are talking a lot about food. We did get kind of hung up on it. Okay, Lynn said okay, Stephen King. Okay, yep, okay, and it is fiction, alright. And Heather oh, that's Jane Eyre? Oh, why did I not yeah, I guess that's right, because she couldn't go outside, and that was why she I totally missed that. Oh, I love that as the beginning. Okay, yeah. Oh, you liked Salem's Lot? Okay. John said Stephen King. Yep. Courtney says Dakota. That is hilarious. Coda, yeah, yeah, that was. Vanessa says I like little My Little Pony. Friendship is magic. Ugh, those were like some of the best shows. I watched He Man, My Little Ponies, GI Joe. My brother controlled the TV a lot. I also like to watch the Care Bears. Sleepy Time Bear was my favorite. I felt like like we understood one another. All Rise for the Honorable Perry T. Cook is about a boy who was raised in a prison in order to stay with his criminal mother. Wow. Wow. Who's that by? That sounds wow. That sounds really interesting. And Christina says, I'm a purist. I love the My Little Ponies and Strawberry Shortcake and the Bears, but they redid them. Yeah, no, I agree. They're not the same. Like, I'm glad it's there for another generation, but you should have just like did the same thing that they used to do with old movies where you just like recolored them and like brightened the colors a little bit. Uh, First line was from Jane Eyre. Yeah. Hello, Vanessa. Hello, Coda. This is Mr. Casey. Oh, okay. Okay. I now get the hubby reference. Well, hello. Coda, oh, beer would be good in chili. Beer is my favorite favorite steak marinade. Yes, yes. I could definitely see that. You like Pilsner on steak. Oh, okay. 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 Yep. I could see that. I know like I think it's Bud is really popular with chicken. I can't type when I get excited. Yeah, no, I'm the same way. Yes, Guinness. Yep. Yep. Did you not know, Christina? Surprise! Your hubby just popped online with you. Vanessa's laughing too. Have you ever read Stephen King? I have not. I'm like the biggest scaredy cat. Like really. Like I have a hard time even looking at the covers of his book if they have like images. I can barely look at pictures of Stephen King himself. I don't need a lot. Like I as Mary J. Blige said, I can do bad all by myself. I don't need anyone else. So I do have I did think about doing what was it, 11/26, something like that, the one that is the date. I thought about that. I do have Fairy Tale, so please let me know ahead of time if that is a scary read because I'll be up for the rest of my life. Um, well spotted, Heather. Yeah, Mr. Christie. Yeah, that is so hilarious. Um, okay, it's by. Oh yeah, you did say that when you first mentioned it. Okay, I'm gonna have to go back and write that down. She-Ra, but He-Man too. Oh, yes, and the Thundercats. Yes, the Thundercats. And you loved the Care Bears. The Care Bear movies is another goodie. Yes, it totally is. Yup, back to the Thundercats and the Smurfs. Yes, yes. What happened to cartoons, guys? Like, really, can we just ask about that? Oops, sorry, I skipped one. And Susan, hello, Susan. And that she says that Veronica and I were given keys and told to come early on a frozen Saturday in April to open the school for our town audition was proof of our dull reliability. Okay, a book with a Veronica. I don't know. What book is that? That almost sounds like Little Women, except I don't recall there being a Veronica in there, but that's where my mind goes. You have a friend that makes a beer butt chicken. Yeah, does anybody remember when that like was the rage where like everyone was making that beer butt chicken? Thundercats. Yeah. Yeah. All the great 80s cartoons. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Misery by Stephen King. It's not scary. Yeah, but I've seen like snippets of the movie and like I maybe I'd be able to handle the book, but I also can't deal with like too much gruesomeness. And like the book was not like scary, like wasn't jump scare, but like oh, it creeped me out. She was so I don't know. I don't know, Kiana. Okay, you would say fairy tale is not a dark fantasy, but it had dark elements. That's fine. I think I could handle that. Like, I don't mind there being darkness in my books. They took away I know. Oh my gosh, yeah. Saturday morning cartoons. Yes, that was like the best thing ever. Oops. And let's you've heard good things about okay, there it is. 11/22/63. I have two. Fairy tale is not scary or gory. Okay, that is good to know. Okay, so I'm glad I have that one because that was my thought is that it was neither scary nor gory because I can't I cannot handle scary and gory I can sometimes do. Um, it just depends on the story as to whether or not I can handle gore. Okay, Tom Lake by Anne Pratchett. Okay, interesting. Okay, interesting beginning. I've heard really good things about Tom Lake. I know that like had a super huge like popular following. How are you liking it, Susan? Snippets of the movie are horrifying. Yeah, I agree. Like so to me in my mind if the book is anything, I'm assuming you're talking about Misery. If the book has any of those horrifying moments in it, I'm just gonna remember the movie and I'll be on every sprint ever because I will never sleep. Misery is more of a thriller with maybe two yeah, yeah, yeah. I think it's to me, I think it's like a psychological thriller that where like she just like her character just creeps me out. Okay, okay, okay. I'll trust you then, Kiana. If you're also a scaredy cat, then okay, okay. Good to know. All right, I will add that to my list and give it a try sometime. Fairy Tale was written as an homage to Something Wicked This Way Comes. I did not know that, and I have not read that. Um, oh, okay. Oh, okay. So maybe I should read that first if you're saying they're similar. Okay, I'm gonna have to write that down because I'm a big fan of before I read this, I should read that and uh, like the book, If You Give a Mouse a Cookie, that's like my reading life. It pays homage to other fantasies, but mainly to Something Wicked This Way Comes. Okay, then I'll want to read that first. Okay, you just started. Okay, well, let me know how you like it. And Christina says, yes, you can see the homages to other fairy tales. Oh, interesting. So, kind of like a not funny version of Shrek. Because I love Shrek simply for all the illusions. Uh, Kathy Bates, yes, yes, she was amazing, psychotic. Like, I couldn't look at pictures of her for a while either. And Christina says, for me, mainly The Wizard of Oz. Oh, yeah, because isn't that what Something Wicked This Way Comes is alluding to, right? Is The Wizard of Oz? I think so. So anyway, I got to the end of the comments that I can see. I will probably do one or two more sprints, just depending on how timing goes and how comments go. But in general, I think I'm probably going to be on until 2 o'clock. So come and go as you guys need. But I will, I've got the timer set for another 30 minutes. I don't know why I cannot remember that. But real quick, Coda says he liked Fairy Tale, but for a better similar journey, everyone should read The Hike. Okay. I have not heard of that. So I'm gonna have to check that one out. And Heather says Kathy Bates could be in a comedy now. And that is the best comment, Heather. That is so true. Like after watching Misery, yeah, I agree. Even if Kathy Bates was in a comedy, I'd still be afraid. Like the entire time, I'd be waiting for that sledgehammer to like just pop out in one of her jokes, and I'd run out of that building screaming. I don't even know if I could sit there in front of her. Like I feel like there's been enough time removed since I've seen that movie that if I didn't think about it and she wasn't dressed like she was in the movie, that maybe I could disassociate, but I don't know. And then Coda said that The Hike, it's kind of a sleeper, but so good in a quick read. Okay, I'm definitely adding that to my book list. And now I have a whole project surrounding fairy tale. Thanks, guys. All right, let's go ahead. Let me share my screen. And I will put 30 minutes up on the clock and get us started. Happy reading, everybody. Hello, hello. Welcome back. How did you do on that sprint? What did I do? I went and did my dishes from lunch and stuff. I probably need to go and switch over the laundry. I listened to some more of an equal music. And if you got distracted by me during the sprint, you would have seen my mouth drop open because something I did not think was going to happen in this book happened. And I have to say, even this though this book is very different by the other book that I read by this author, the more I read of it, the more I like it. Um, and the more I'm convinced that this author is just really good at writing very dramatic scenes. Um, I think the rest of his writing style is pretty good too, but, like, anytime something dramatic or tense happens, he's so good at that, and there are a lot of those moments in here for some reason. In fact, the beginning of this book, because it was so different than what I was expecting, I think I said this, I almost DNF'd it, and right as I was about to do that, there was, like, this super, like, high dramatic scene happened that I wasn't expecting, and I kept going. So anyway, all right, so let me know how you did on that sprint. Let me see if I can find where we left off in the comments. I think when we left off, Coda was saying that The Hike was a really good read, that it was kind of a sleeper. So I've added that to my list of recommendations. Oh, bye, Lynn. Thanks for coming. Thank you. You're so kind to say that I did well. I hope you enjoyed yourself, got lots done. Vanessa said she ran downstairs to grab a banana and some mochi. Ooh, nice. You know, I have a strange relationship with that. I'm not a big fan of mochi. Like, there's something about the texture that I don't particularly like, but I do love red bean buns, like the bigger ones, and I have no idea why, because I'm like, they're not super far from being related to one another, but I don't know. But nice snack time. Remember to hydrate, get up and stretch. I was listening to my audiobook because I felt like I needed to stretch some more. And I'm almost at the end of this section. So I think on the next sprint, I'm going to finish that section in the book and then go back to reading the Poppy Wars. And Susan said Tom Lake started slow. Okay, it's a grind. Are you going to keep going, Susan? Like, paddling through. I mean, I've seen nothing but good things about that book, even from people who don't typically read that genre. But yeah, a slow start can be hard to get over. And she says her favorite Stephen King is The Green Mile. Yes, I have seen the movie and I really liked The Green Mile and did not see, I don't know if the book ends the same as the movie, but I did not see that ending coming in the movie. I I guess I didn't know that Stephen King would also go into the fantasy realm or anything like that. And the end of that movie just almost was like disconcertingly different. Christina says she worked on her journal and started taking stuff off the tree and got to chapter 19. Wow, you did a lot that sprint. Yeah, I got to get to the tree, man. Oh, yeah. I think you know what we did this year is we have our attic has like a floor, like just plywood basically put down on it, and the attic runs the entire length of our house. We have a ton of storage up in our attic. So of course that's where we put all our Christmas stuff. And in previous years, and we've lived in this house like 17 years, we would take all our Christmas boxes out of the attic, put all our Christmas stuff up, and then put the boxes back up in the attic until it was time to pack everything back. So it meant we would take those boxes down and put them back up and have to go up and down out of the attic 4 times just for Christmas. This year, my husband very quickly cleaned up all the boxes after we had unpacked all our Christmas stuff. And we have a lot of stuff. Like, I love lights. So 90% of our Christmas stuff is lights. But anyway, I asked him and I was like, what did you do with all the boxes? I didn't hear you go back up in the attic. And he was like, I just put them in the basement because we have a finished basement, but in there we have like a really large finished bathroom. It's a whole weird setup. We did not design the layout of this house, but we have this huge like bathroom that we don't use because it's in our finished basement and we have a bathroom up in our bedrooms. So we rarely use that one. He was like, I just put all the boxes down there. And I was like, why has it taken us 17 years to figure out that we could do that? Because it was way faster. Because we don't have a walk up ladder. We have one, or attic. We have one where you have to like pull the ladder down. And anyway, he saved us a lot of time this year. I was like, look at that. John went and had lunch. Okay, back to that food conversation. What did you have, John? And what is SL? I don't know what SL stands for. I'm horrible with like acronyms. Hello, Lady Croft 86. Thanks for joining. You just started Ink and Bone, and she loves it so far. Wonderful. Glad you're enjoying it. Oh, lunch sprint. Yes, got you. Tom Clancy. I'm not opposed to Tom Clancy. I've never actually read anything by him. So I don't know if I would enjoy his writing style. That apparently is very important to me when I'm reading. Um, and I don't know. It would have to be the right book. It would have to be the right book, John. So recommend me something and I will add it to my list and maybe it'll come up as a pick and I'll get something of his from the library. So let me know what you think I might like. Lula, I practice singing a song in Japanese. Oh, you don't speak Japanese, but you really like this song. It's the third opening from Demon Slayer. Interesting. Okay, what's the name of the song? Now I want to know. I don't know what Demon Slayer is, so you're gonna have to tell me what that is as well. But I really think that's cool that you tried singing in Japanese. And I get that what you're saying because I have to be honest, I think it's easier to sing in a foreign language than it is to speak a foreign language. And I don't know if that's because you hold certain sounds and vowel shapes and stuff longer in another language than you would if you were speaking. Like I sing, so I don't know if I'm clearly communicating what I'm saying, but there is something about singing that I think it's easier to learn and sing in a different language than it is to speak. So Christina says we're putting them in the attic this year because the basement needs work. And we had to air out everything this year because it smelled like, oh, bad basement. Oh, yeah. Yeah, you don't want that. Yeah, that's why we don't store our stuff in our basement. Partially because one, the only place we'd be able to store all the boxes is in that bathroom. And when we have guests or that kind of thing, we do use the bathroom for that. Um, but yeah, though I'll say, the downside that we've had of having them in the attic, they have that warm, cozy attic smell. So that's nice, but they're super dusty. And I have horribly bad dust allergies, which is why, like, once we unpack our boxes, they have to disappear as far away as humanly possible. Because I didn't realize that. And one year we left them in like an extra room on our first floor, and I was miserable for a week until I figured out it was from that. Okay, James Patterson. Yeah, see, that's another one. He kind of feels like a Tom Clancy to me. I'm not opposed to new authors. So if same thing, Kiana, if you have a James Patterson that you would recommend that I try, like I see his like shelves and racks and aisles of books in the store, which excites me. I love a prolific writer, but I'd need to know where to start. Like what of his should I try? Oh, bye, Vanessa. Okay, she went to another meeting, so I'm sure I'll, see. Well, I'll see you tonight, Vanessa. You won't see me, but I'll probably be in your comments. Kiana says bye, Vanessa. Okay, and Lula says her song is Kizuna no Kiseki. Okay, I'm gonna have to look that up later and listen to it. Maybe in the next sprint I'll play it in the background for myself. Okay, yeah, I figured that it was the name of the song. Okay. I was just and Vanessa says she also loves the Demon Slayer. Okay, what is the Demon Slayer? Somebody fill me in here. Is this a show? Is it a book? Is it a manga? Like, and what's the connection to the song? Is it just like a song that's played in the background? Of like the movie or something. Jaleesa says she made some progress through the report she's working on for work, and it made it to the 49% mark of A Clash of Steel. Nice. That seems like it's moving along really fast, Jaleesa. Is it a long book? Do you feel like you're going to finish it today? Oh, see, here's another one with okay, guys, I'm feeling left out on this Demon Slayer thing. Though, am I? Because it sounds like it might be something freaky, like scary. Demon Slayer is an anime, okay, a manga about a teenage boy, Tanjiro, who loses his entire family, except his sister, to flesh-eating demons. Oh, that's horrific. The poor guy. His sister is turned into a demon. No! Oh my gosh. How horrible. I'm sorry, I'm laughing, but that's really horrible. Wow. Okay. Interesting. So I'm assuming then that you saw the anime movie or something and that it's the song that's in the background to it. Interesting. I'm not really into the whole graphic novel manga thing. Like, I really haven't gotten into that. I own one manga, and I'll show that to you after the next sprint. And like, that's one that I'm like super excited about. And you'll see why when you see it. You may have seen it in some of my videos. In fact, I think, is that it? No. It's just behind me. It's right here is the one and only manga I own. So I'll pull it and show it to you closer. So, okay, but that premise sounds interesting to me. I don't know if I'd like it as a manga. I'll have to look it up. I love the art in them. That's what makes me want to try them. And Coda says, I get that singing thing, Nicole. I think it has to do with the phonetic. Oh, that's true. The phonetic memorization. Yeah, when you're a singer, the words are more than just words. Yep, they're notes and tunes to help. Yes, that is a very good point. I think that is part of it as well, is that I agree. I think when you are a singer, you're really hearing more than the words themselves. You're hearing all the sounds that it makes. And you're right. You're able to, which is why like you can hum a tune even if you don't know all the words. I think it's very similar to what goes on there, where it's like you hum it, you know the sounds, you know the intonations and stuff. And so then you're able to sing in a different language. Love it. Love it. So smart. Jaleesa, speaking of Japanese, I need to do my Duolingo lessons for Spanish. Nice. My son is a huge fan of Duolingo. He uses it for Spanish as well. And he last year went to, he's in the Civil Air Patrol. So he went to their encampment, which is like a week long, no cell phone, no nothing. And the only thing that he was worried about was that he was going to lose his streak on Duolingo. Because get this, by the time his week-long camp started, he was going to be at day 360 of his streak. And the camp was a 7-day camp, no phones whatsoever. So like he couldn't even bring it with him. And he was like, he was like, I'm gonna lose my streak. He was like, I've been working on this, da da da. Da. So he used like all his like freezes or whatever they are, and like all his points and all his coins and all his everything, and actually was considering like emailing the company and being like, I'm doing this service activity for a week. Can you please not have like he was really into it. Like I was like, okay, they got you with that streak. So but he did have enough points. He saved his streak. He got back. He's at one point, I don't know if he's still doing it, but at one point I want to say he was like up to 400 some odd day streak. Like it's addictive from what I understand. Christina says, have a good meeting, Vanessa. Yes. Lula says Tanjiro is now attempting to cure his sister and eliminate all demons who would hurt humans. Yes. That's a good brother. Yeah, I would be doing that. I feel that. John says he would recommend The Hunt for Red October. Yes, I have heard of that. And now that you say that, I think my son owns that book. So maybe if it comes up, I'll borrow his. He does take time to describe everything on the ship. It's slow but good. I had a friend who read The Hunt for Red October in high school, and she loved it. And then she became a huge fan of the movie. Because Sean Connery is in the movie, right? So like, how could you not love it? But okay, I didn't think about that. Yeah, I'm gonna put that on my list. And then Jaleesa says her James Patterson's writing style is very fast paced, at least in the ones that I've read. Yeah, he seems like he would be fast paced to me. And usually for me, like a fast paced book, like I need to take a moment. I read The Knife of Never Letting Go. It's a fantasy book, if you guys haven't read it. That book is literally the fastest paced book I have ever read. Would have to put it down at times so I could actually, like, breathe and slow my heart rate down. I'm kidding you not. Like, I felt like I was running. And Kiana says, "Run, Rose, Run" was good. Okay, so by James Patterson. Okay, I have 2 new authors to try. So, and John says, "Let me recommend Step on a Crack." Step on a Crack, is that by James Patterson? Um, is that your recommendation for James Patterson, John? Let me know. I can always look it up, but Step on a Crack, good to know. Oh, that just reminded me, Coda, I still need to write down all the things you put in your in your chili. Lula says it's the opening song of season 3 of the Demon Slayer anime. Okay, Demon Slayer was originally a manga, but it's been made into an anime. That's what I figured. That's usually how that goes. Okay, and John says, yeah, okay, so that was by James Patterson. Okay, so I'll put both of those on my TBR list. And Jaleesa says, I think Demon Slayer can be scary at times. I always end up in a puddle of tears in the last few episodes of each season. Oh, it's going to make me cry. I don't think I would be scared by an anime. I don't think I would. I I say that. I guess there's only one way to find out. Hello, Nikki. So, Nikki, are you and Nicole? Can I tell you that when I watch other people's sprints and they say things to another Nicole, because I swear nowhere else in the universe other than on BookTube and in reading sprints are there as many Nicoles. And it confuses the crap out of me whenever anybody says my name because, I always assume it's me. And then I'm like, I didn't say that. What's going on? And congratulations. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I'm having such a good time. And I hope you guys are too. And Heather says, I haven't explored any manga at all. Yep, neither have I. I'm not sure why. It doesn't pique my interest. I shouldn't know it till I try, but there are so many big novels that clamor. I hear you, Heather. That's me too. I just feel like there's just not enough time in the world. And like I feel like it's a can of worms that like I'd open up and get distracted by. But one of the things that has really been making me interested in animes and manga, or really manga and graphic novels, is that they sometimes do retelling of some of those really big novels. And so I've been seeing graphic novel versions of classic literature as well as manga. And Susan says she recently read Hotel Dieck by Anita Bruckner. Loved her writing, just read more from her. Oh, okay. I haven't heard of that. What is that book about, Susan? Please tell us. John says, depending on your reading taste, you may also like the Jason Bourne series. Yeah, I don't know. See, these are all like along the lines of like that thrillery adventure, like I don't know, they feel like different versions of James Bond to me, like but in book form. And I semi like those movies because I like the idea of an action movie. I can't actually physically handle watching them. I have to watch them on like the smallest screen available, like my phone, because anything bigger and like my adrenaline gets going and I literally sit on the edge of my seat the entire time shaking. I don't know what's wrong with me, guys, but I really can't handle a lot of excitement in life. Coda says he owns the Red October, and I'm only reading what I own right now. Okay, well, yeah, okay, I see it. Coda. Yeah, I'm trying to only read what I own. I'm doing the Read What You Own challenge that's being hosted by Criminali. And I don't know, I'm starting to question whether I'm failing at it. Like, I am only reading what I own, but partially just because I'm increasing the number of books that I own. So I don't think that really counts. I don't know. That's what's happening. But yeah, okay. Maybe we should read Coda The Hunt for Red October in October. Like, would that be too like I don't know, too much of a funny tie-in? Lewis says she only recommends Duolingo if you are doing other things. You need, yes, you need more in-depth grammar lessons, immersion in target language media conversation. Yes, I would agree with that, Lula. From what I've seen of Duolingo, if you're not getting your Spanish, like, or any sort of language grammar lessons of some sort, and you don't have other people to talk to, Duolingo is not enough on its own. I would say it's a supplement. So, my son in his school has been taking Spanish classes since middle school. And so it's been a great supplement for him with that. But I would agree that on its own, like, you're not going to learn any language from that, or if you are, it's because you're probably really good at teaching yourself languages. Jaleesa, she's losing a Duolingo streak. Oh no. Oh, yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah. I thought you were saying that you were losing one, but no, you're saying that losing your Duolingo streak would make you no, that's where my son was at. If he had lost that, okay, you're trying to get to the 365-day streak. Staying in Duolingo promotion zones for leagues is intense too. I don't even know what that is. That sounds complicated and intense. Coda, I love the knife of lever. Yes, yeah. I have not read the entire trilogy. I took the book out of the library, and my local library has the whole trilogy, um, because it's also on your TBR. And I was really torn. Like, I needed a break after I read the first book because, like I said, I was, like, on the edge of my seat. I was panting, my adrenaline was rushing, blah, blah, and what a cliffhanger it ends on. So I do at some point wanna keep reading it. So I'm assuming that means, Coda, that you've also only read the first book? The movie was trash though, was it? I wondered. I saw there was a movie, and then by the time I finished the book, I was like, I was barely able to finish the book. I don't know if I could watch the movie, so I haven't seen the movie. And then also, like, I sobbed over the dog in the book, and I don't know if I could handle that in the movie. I won't say anything else about that. Coda says, I think I'm going to start my Patterson journey with Kiss the Girls because I love that movie. Yes, I have heard of that movie and I know that movie was really popular. So I could see that starting that. I would never be able to watch Kiss the Girls from what I recall of the premise of the movie. John says, everyone in the, I'm going to skip down and find the rest of what you're saying. Everyone should read The Book Thief. You know, John, you are the second person who has mentioned The Book Thief. I think Alex from Frank Fiction, she does on Friday evenings, she does a reading sprint, and she mentioned The Book Thief, I believe, as being a really good book. So I have that on my TBR. Jaleesa says, "Oh yes, I speak to native speakers and text with my Spanish friends and coworkers often. It's interesting to learn the different meanings of the same word." Yep, I agree. I agree. So it sounds like you figured out how to make it work for you. Lula says it's cheaper to get all your manga from the library, but prefer to own mine. Yep, I could see that. I've recently started my own manga collection. I have the first 12 volumes of Bleach. Okay. Yeah. No, and I think I would probably do some combination. I think I would probably want to read it from out of the library first and then only buy the ones that, like, I wanted to reread and hold and hug and that kind of thing. Jaleesa says maybe not scary, but the Demon Slayer demons can go from pretty to ugly real quick. Yeah, I could definitely see that happening. And then John says James Bond started as a book series. Yep, that's what I figured. And Susan's laughing. I'm not sure who Susan's laughing at. Probably me, you, who knows. You're not supposed to buy books until you I know, Coda, I know. You're not supposed to buy the books until you finish the read what you own. That's the whole point. And why he does it every year because he's an addict and you need to be grounded for your wallet's sake. I get that, Coda. Help me. Okay, in all fairness, I know I've done a lot of book hauls and really only since I've started the Read What You Own challenge, but I haven't actually bought books with my money. I've been gifted them, I've been given money specifically to buy books, but I guess I could have waited and done that later. Well, too late for that. And then I traded in books and I couldn't get all of it in money, which I guess I could have also waited to get those. Okay, see, this is what happens. Just I'm still trying to, like, see how deep my addiction goes, I guess. You know, I'm gosh, I feel like I is there a read what you own support group? Like, is there are there reading sprints for that? Like, I need to attend regular meetings with that, probably on a daily basis, where we just, like so I could be like, "Hi, I buy books still." And then Coda's the same about the dog. If you can give me a private refresher, we could go into the book 2 later this year. Otherwise, I might need to reread. Yeah, I Oh, okay, Coda. See, you remember what I said about my memory not being well. I remember enough of what happened that I could maybe give you a really bad refresher that may include elements that weren't actually in the story. It's probably just a horrible idea for me to do that. I made up a whole child for someone one time, like a real person in life who I had known for years, like a good year or 2, like not super close, but as an acquaintance. And one time when I saw her, I asked her how her son was, and she didn't have any children. Like, she not only did not have a son, she did not have any children. And I was positive she had a little boy named Timmy and that he was in middle school and he had just started middle school that year. And I was wondering how he was doing, wanted an update. She got pregnant the next year, and she did tell me that if it was a boy, she was gonna name him Timmy, so that would be the kind of refresher that you would be getting, Coda, so let me know if you really want that. Heather says, "Oh my, the book thief, you would love it." Ooh, okay. Oh, okay, now I'm really excited. Okay, yep, book thief. Definitely. See, guys, after, like, every, like, chat break, I'm having to go back through and write all these books down. Lewis says, "Sometimes I feel bad about getting free books at the local used bookstore after trading in my own because I'm not paying for them." No. No, don't feel bad about getting books. The books are being loved and read. It's good for them. Maybe and good for you because it's free, right? The Book Thief is very good. Okay, okay, guys. Ooh, I would read Bleach. I used to love watching the anime when it first came out, although I never finished the series. I think I was only is that a 5 or a S? S2 when I phased out. Oh, season 2. Okay, I'm gonna assume it's a S, like the letters are tiny, guys. Lula. But then I remember they buy books for 25% of the original new price and sell them for 50%. And they're, yeah, see, don't feel bad. Get those books, girl. Get those books. Christina says, "I love your rewards for the Read What You Own challenge." Oh, yeah. 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 This is a coda. What are the rewards? I want to know now. Has anyone ever read The Name of the Wind? I haven't, John. I was thinking about it and really wanted to because I heard so much about it. And then I was trying to unhaul some books, and I just got to the point where I realized I don't know that I want to start a series that is not finished and seems like it never will be. So I have now decided to wait and see if it's going to be finished. Because after I read, like, I think I read the first couple of pages of it, and I realized it was really going to irritate me, the fact that it wasn't finished and there was no promise of that. Have you read it, John? Do you like it? Susan says, you need to read what you own, but I could go 5 years and not buy a book. Too many. Yeah, yeah. I just need to slow my roll. So I think I mentioned in my most recent update that the reason that I'm doing the Read What You Own challenge is because I'm actually moving later this year. And it's not so much that I would mind bringing all my books with me. I don't mind doing that. I don't mind spending money moving books. But my thing is, I really don't want to move with books that I might like spend money to move and then not like the book. So my goal really less so than buying more books is to get rid of books that have been on my shelf for a while that I might end up not liking. Maybe I just need to spend a lot of time reading the books that I'm least interested in, but that just sounds miserable. So I'm just trying to read as many books as possible and focus just on the books that I own. That's really my goal more so than like not buying anymore. Coda says, "Oh, then they don't count as purchases." Yep, you're good. I agree, Coda. And he says, "I allow myself 3 books to just can't read them and count them towards the challenge." I think that makes sense. And I tend to put my books just straight on the shelf, and so they would only come up as reads for me if they came up in my TBR game. Um, but maybe that's a good rule to go with, is that, like, maybe until I move, instead of not buying books, I just can't read the books that I'm buying. And so now I'm just having to pack up a whole bunch of books that I haven't even touched since buying. I don't know. Maybe I just need to stop buying books. Maybe that's probably the truth. Coda says Ollie and MJ both have places in their discords. Okay, I'm gonna have to check that out. Kiana says my problem is that my library is always having book sales. A whole yes, Kiana, yours is even better than mine. My library has book sales, and it's $1 for a bag on the last day, and I I can't go to the library. I can't go to the library right now, and I went in there the other day to pick up, like, a reference book that I wanted, and guys, they had, like, Temptation on a sign, because the next library book sale, see how this is the one thing I remember, is on January 27th, and I know I can't write that down in my book. I can't remember it. I can't go. I can't even. I need to stop talking about it and move on. All right, I'm gonna quickly get through the rest of these comments because I wanna get one more sprint in, before we leave, because I'm gonna try and wrap up around 2 o'clock. Lila says, "Is the Read What You Own challenge a reoccurring monthly challenge that is hosted by somebody, or is it just something people can do at any time?" So I would say you can really do it at any time, if somebody else hasn't answered this already, but it's hosted by, Ali at Criminali. He has a YouTube channel, and he starts it in November, and it's ongoing for as long as you want. So I have a video where I talk about what I'm doing, but if you, at this point, if you just type in hashtag read what you own challenge in the YouTube search bar, it should come up and he'll explain the rules. It's pretty flexible. There's definitely no reason you couldn't start now. And it's really just more like he has rules and he outlines what he does and that kind of thing, but it's been pretty loose. Like, read what you own. A lot of people customize the rules to whatever makes sense for them. Like for me, to keep buying books. That's not my rule, but that's how it's working. Heather says, I get too much dopamine from buying books. I can't stop. I won't lie to myself. See, you know what? You're being honest. Just like in Animal Farm, how Molly was just like, no, I want my ribbons. Like, have your ribbons, Heather. It's okay. Like I got that. And in some ways, like she was one of the smartest animals in the book. Jaleesa says to John, I want to read it, but I'm hesitant because the author is dragging their feet on the installments. Yeah, see, Jaleesa has the same problem that I do with Name of the Wind, where she's concerned about the series being finished. Hi, Rima, just joined. Welcome, welcome. We're going to be doing at least one more sprint, so glad you can join us. Coda says that works, and then maybe I'll read the last couple of chapters of The Knife of Letting Go before going into book 2. Yeah, and then geez, no one ever talks about yeah. Yeah, I haven't seen a lot of people talk about The Knife of Letting Go either, Coda. And yeah, I would either just read like the last couple of chapters of it, or even just look up a book summary that just hits on the major points. Because yeah, you like I said, you don't want me to re-summarize that book for you. And then Coda says, Christina, thank you. Nicole, my read what your own rules and rewards reel is on. Okay, okay. Let's see. That's going to require me to get back on Instagram, though, Coda. But yes, I want to see that. So I'll have to look. Christina, he is paying himself for each book, different amounts for different genres, etc. It's like a savings account to buy more. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And I should do that. And I should probably just do that and do that as I go along. But like I said, I actually haven't been spending any money on the books, like any of my money. So it's for me, it's not that I'm trying to cut down on spending money. I'm just trying to get rid of books that I don't want to move with. John, no, I have not read it yet, but would love to. Okay, sounds good. Well, read it and let me know how you like it. Lula says, most of the time I bring enough books that they offer me the choice between $12 cash and $15 store credit when she trades some books. Yep. I always take the store credit. The extra money gets me every time. Yeah, I agree with you. That's one of the things that I have changed with the Read What You Own challenge is I'm taking the money every time now, as much of the money as they will give me. Coda says 5 years. There's NFW, I don't know what that is. I struggle with 5 months. I'm prepared for a year this year since I choose to do 100, but I need to buy all the books. Yes. Coda, I'm totally lost. What are you talking about here? What is NFW? I can't figure that out. But so, okay, I figured out some of it. Okay, Lula, even though I usually go over the amount they gave me and I have to pay the excess out of pocket, I'm not actually getting more money that way. I'm spending. Oh, okay, yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah, yeah, it's tricky. It's tricky because I do want you to just keep buying. Susan says she puts herself on a book buying ban and it lasted about 3 weeks. That's what I feel like. I felt like mine lasted 3 days, but I mean, I started my challenge in November, but I had already planned to do some book purchases in December. And I set at the forefront I wasn't changing that, and I didn't. And that I wasn't not going to get books for Christmas. So I did. So by and large, the book buying should slow down, except I'm looking over there at 2 books that I bought for Christmas with money I was given for Christmas. I just need to remind myself that I can hold on to the money that I'm given for books to buy them later. Rima says, "What are you going to do? Uh, what are you going to do with the books? The books that I am getting rid of, I am going to take them and trade them in at my used bookstore because they will be, um, that money will come with me so that when I move, there's some amazing bookstores where I'm going and I will be buying more books once my supposed Read What You Want challenge is over." Jaleesa says, I only bought one book last year. I have a really good library with a large digital catalog. That's awesome. I love great library systems. I'm just not a huge digital reading fan. So that's the only part that trips me up. But I'm glad you have a good resource near you. Christina says, I want to go to that book sale. Yeah, I know. Don't do it, Christina. Let's stay strong together. John says, in February, I will be reading 11/22/63 by Stephen King. Started a long time ago, but don't remember anything from it. So you're going to start over. Okay, awesome. Let me know how that goes, John. Let me know if you like it. Maybe I'll try it again sometime later. Leela says, my library sells books on the honor system. They expect you to put cash in the box next to the books and they don't check to be sure you paid, but I don't carry cash, so I haven't gotten any yet. Yeah, my library has like a little bookstore inside it. It's like a Friends of the Library bookstore, and they have the same thing there with the little cash box. Christina says, I want my ribbons, my sugar, my nose pets. Yes, yes, I want my fantasies, my mysteries. Yes, exactly. Yes, that is like the reader version. What would it be? Literary farm? Oh, okay. Yes. Okay. I got you, Coda. Yeah. 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 Cause there's a couple people who have like a 500 book challenge going, right? Yeah. No, not doing that. That would be like almost all of my books. Oh, I did tell you I was going to list how many books I own. Okay. I'll try and remember to do that. Lula, I'm on a physical book buying ban until I have only 5 unread physical books. What? And she's on an indefinite Kindle and Audible buying ban. Okay, I can understand the Kindle and Audible. Like I've heard a lot of people own those, but okay, so Lula, now you have to tell us how many books do you currently have? Like I'm hoping it's like 10. Are you really? Wow, I'm so impressed. I'm so impressed that you're not buying any more books until you only have 5 unread left. Lulu says, I got way too many books on stuff your Kindle day. Yeah, I've heard about that. And a few weeks ago, okay, you don't listen to audiobooks very much, so I'm not going to subscribe to Audible for a few months at least. I canceled my Audible. I had that same thing. Plus my library, you can get quite a few Audible books, audiobooks from it for free. Like they have Hoopla and Libby and a couple other apps too. So I hear you on that one. Ugh, and Christina's saying, "Oh, Lua, you're not even gonna get the free ones." Like, don't tempt her, Christina. She's trying to do her thing. They don't go bad on Kindle. I know it's like yarn. It's good forever. Good for a dry year. That's true. Lewis says, I have 10 unread. Oh, see, look at that. Look at that. I said 10. You have 10 unread physical books and 7 unread manga, and she's not buying any more manga until she's at. Okay, see, you're doing good. See, in my mind, I was like, Lula's over there with like hundreds of books, and she's not buying any more until she has 5. And I was feeling for you. So yeah, I'm glad there's only 10. Yes, even the free ones, I'm trying to reduce the number of unread books on the Kindle. That makes sense to me. And Keisha says, just finished a couple of work meetings. So I'm finally going to start Piranesi. Yay! Yay! I'm so excited for you. I really hope you like it. I'm looking forward to hearing what you have to say. Okay, so that's the last of the comments that I can see. So let's go ahead and get into this reading sprint. I need to write down those book recommendations. I'm gonna grab that manga so I can show it to you guys. I need to write down Coda's recipes. Look, I'm working on mnemonics. And oh, and I was going to tell you guys how many books I own and how many of them are unread. So it's 4 things. We will see how many of them I remember by the time I get back. So let me go ahead and put our timer up there for us. And I will see you guys all back in another 30 minutes. Happy sprinting. Okay, wow. I was totally caught by surprise there. Don't know about the rest of you. But so first I got through a couple more pages in an equal music, and man, this book is full of surprises, like literal surprises and plot twists in the book. And there was another major one during the section I just read that I totally wasn't expecting, and it's just shocking me. Um, so I finished that so I could get to part 3 in that book, and then I picked up the Poppy War, and I was starting to get lost in it there, which is how I totally missed the timer going off. So, or was surprised by the timer going off. I only got through 9 pages because then I also talked to my husband, and also got my 4 things done. Yay, I wrote them down really fast and remembered them. So, how did you guys do? Let me know. Let's see where we left off in the comments. She was saying, yeah, that she was going to start Piranesi. How'd it go? Like, give us the details. Let us know how you're liking it. Like, the beginning's really confusing. Are you confused? Christina says, got the tree down. Yay! You're making good progress with that. But now you can't seem to get it to fit in the box. Story of every Christmas tree's life. Like, I don't know why they don't make the boxes slightly bigger than the tree and like pack it with something until you unpack it so that ever after that it's more than big enough. Courtney says just finished cleaning, now soaking your feet. Very nice. Courtney, I was totally eyeballing your foot massager that you had on your stream last night. That looked amazing. Is it great? Do you love it? Is it your favorite thing ever? It would be mine. Okay, let me get back to some of the things that came up earlier. Oh, I mentioned I was going to show you the one manga I have. So, not too surprisingly, if you watch my channel, I have the manga of The Tale of Genji. Let me see if I can get this reverse thing. So, there it is. Look at them. Don't they look so sweet? I just love it. The only thing that I wish is I do wish this was a colored one. It is in black and white, but the artwork is so beautiful, so amazing. So, for all you fans out there, if you have like fans of the book, not me, if you have ever wanted to read The Tale of Genji, which is a Japanese classic, and you're like, I'm never going to read that long a book, then here is the manga for you. There is also, if you don't mind doing digital versions of things, there is a digital graphic novel of this book as well that is like 6, I think there's like 6 different graphic like novels in the series, and I think that graphic novel got made into an anime, if I'm correct. I personally really want copies of the graphic novel, but they came out in like the 90s or something like that, and they're really hard to find now. But you can get the digital versions of them, like on Amazon, maybe even from your library, that kind of thing. But so at some point, if I get a T in my TBR game, this this is going to be my pick. So, and it's a pretty decent length manga, but I'm sure it'll go fast. Yeah. So I'm super excited about that. And what else? I wrote down Coda's recipe. I wrote down all the books that you guys have been recommending me, specifically the James Patterson's one. And then Coda had asked me how many books I owned. So I looked up on Storygraph, and this should be pretty close to correct. I'm pretty neurotic, I will say, about trying to add in all my books onto Storygraph. And so this should be pretty correct. So according to Storygraph, I own about 329 books, but I do know now this is one thing that Storygraph isn't that great at is helping you sort out what books you own that are read. Like there's no filter for that, or at least not that I saw. But I would say I own about 60 books that I've also read. So out of the 329 books that I own, 60 of them I have read. The rest are all unread. Um, which gets back to my Read What You Own challenge. So for my Read What You Own challenge, I have a page count that I'm trying to reach. which is 30,000 pages. For me, that's usually around 60 books because I read so many large books. So my thought is that if between now and when I move, I can read about 60 books and unhaul 60 books, that would be 120 books total on my TBR that I've either read or unhauled or something along those lines. Um, which, if math serves me poorly, which it did, would mean I didn't do this math right. These numbers aren't making sense all of a sudden. It would mean I'd have about 100 books that I would move with that I just haven't read at all. Um, is that right? I'm gonna have to do that math again at some point, but I'll talk about it in my when I do my next read what you own challenge. Anyway, I own 60 books that I've read. I own like 280 something that I haven't, or somewhere there's about. So, and I think, yeah, those are all the things that I had to update. So, Courtney said, and that is why I hate the big tree. I'm guessing you're saying so you don't like having a big Christmas tree. Is that what you're talking about? In terms of like not being able to get it back in the box. Delisa says she was caught off guard with the sprint into two. She was into the book, 55% mark of a clash of steel and might finish it today. Exciting. So it must be pretty good because you've been making some pretty decent progress and you said you gotten into it. I'm totally looking that book up at the end of this sprint. In fact, I want to double check and make sure that I have it written down with my recommended books because I actually really want to. Nope. Looking at the list of books that I may never want to read again. Okay. So, yeah, I really want to read. Oh, you said it was Treasure Island, though. You know what I've been thinking this whole time? I was thinking it. You said Treasure Island. I was thinking Robinson Crusoe. Okay, got it. I fixed that. All right, Lula reads, I am working on adding tasks from my paper list of tasks to a gamified to-do list app called Life Up. I am writing this down. Life is a game. So, yeah. So if I can gamify my task list, yeah, I'm doing that. I'm totally checking that out. Thank you for mentioning that. Wanda says she loves it. I love it too, Wanda. Like, let's all gamify life. Can like life truly be an actual game? Like contra codes and everything? I don't know, because then would we be an Ender's game at that point? Okay, Keisha says, I'm so confused, laugh out loud, but I'm very intrigued with where it's going to go. Okay, all right. Oh, I don't know if confused is good, but I like that you're still like into it. John said made it to page 305 of Salem's Lot. Ooh, it's so creepy and great. I don't like vampires, but you love this book. Okay, because the King of King's writing style and character work. Well, fair enough. And I love that. I love when a writer can do such a good job with whatever characters or trope or whatever they're using that even when it's one you don't like, you end up liking their writing or the book itself. Luda says, I occasionally switch between Life Up and Habitica because each have features that the other doesn't. I want all the features in one app that doesn't exist. Yeah. Okay. I hear you checking out the other app too, because I'm that person as well, where, I want it all. It's not too much to ask. Patty says, do you mind sharing your StoryGraph handle? Yes, totally fine if you'd like to keep it private. I'm trying to add people so it feels more like the reads this year. That makes a lot of sense to me. Okay, so I'm still trying to figure this out. And if somebody can help me answer this, it will make it easier. Right now, my StoryGraph account is still private because my understanding is that if I make my StoryGraph account public, it will also make my email address public. And I don't have a separate email address for my channel yet. So I don't want to make my personal email available to everybody. If I understand that incorrectly and they won't make my email public, I will make my StoryGraph available for everybody to see. But as of right now, I'll tell you what the handle is anyway. In fact, I'll put it in the comments. Whoops. Sorry, I know I'm shaking my camera too. Um, so it does reference my channel page. So it's in the comments, but it's basically noteworthy underscore fiction. So because I'm private, technically, even with the name, my understanding is you still won't find my storygraph or be able to see my profile or anything. So if anybody knows a workaround, let me know because otherwise you're gonna have to just wait for me to start another email account, and I'm so slow at those things that it might not happen. Coda says that's a good ratio. I feel like it is. I feel like it's a doable ratio. I mean, if I read a book a day, I'd have no more books to read. Mhm. Yep, never gonna happen. But Keisha says she uses is it the Libib app to scan all our books, and now she can remember what you have so you don't have to buy duplicates. Yep, I agree. Somebody was telling me, I don't know if it's there yet, but I heard a rumor or something that Storygraph was now going to add a barcode scanner um, to their app as well. I only use Storygraph mainly on my phone because I mean on my computer because it was taking too much room up on my phone. Um, so I don't know if that's a thing. Coda says, "Ooh, the page idea is cool for read what you own. I'm just going to sneak in some middle grades, kids' books, and novellas." Yeah, yes, I feel you, Coda. That's why I didn't do that. I don't have middle grades kids' books, and I only own a few novellas. And I was afraid that if I did a read a certain number of books, that I was gonna end up like reading shorter books just to get to, my goal. I figured if I did page numbers, the only thing that's helping me is you still have in middle grade and kids books, like there's fewer words on each page, the font's bigger, that kind of stuff. But I felt like at least the quantity of books was going to go down the amount it needed to, kind of, sort of. I don't know. Page count just made more sense for me. Christina says, now that it's down, I can bring my rower bike out. Oh, nice. Okay. So now you can get that exercise back in now that Christmas is gone. Funny how the two things are like stand in juxtaposition and don't work together, right? Lewis says, I paid $2 like 5 years ago to install Life Up. I'm not sure if it costs money anymore because there seems to be a free version, but there are premium features I have because I paid for it. Okay, cool. Yeah, I'm definitely going to check it out. I love the idea of that. Keisha says, I'm trying to grasp the language around the southwest, northeast, upper, lower halls, and it's whirlwind. That sounds like a lot. So it sounds like there's a lot of dialects going on in there. So again, oh, I spelled it wrong. Wow, look at that. So if you spell note instead of not, that's not worthy fiction. That's a whole different channel with a whole bunch of other topics. I want to talk about fiction that's worth reading. This is talking about the stuff that's not worth reading, apparently. Yeah. So my channel is Note, Note, worthy underscore fiction. That's how you would find me on Storygraph. Sorry if I confused you all with that. Betty said, "Oh, I honestly never thought about that. I don't think you can see people's emails. Let me check with some of the people I already am friends with." Yes, please do. Let me know because that's literally been the only thing that's hesitating me, making me hesitate because I don't find like on Storygraph they tell you what the difference is between the different levels of visibility that you can have, but their explanation is clear as mud to me. Lula says, "Did you intend to No, I did not. I did not. I just totally spelled it wrong." They've already added they have added the barcode scanner. Good to know. Jaleesa says, yes, Libib is what she uses as well. Best thing ever. And you can export a list from the website if needed. Cool, cool, cool. And John also says that, yes, the Storygraph has the scanner already. So that is awesome because I can say having to type it in and then look up each individual book is slow. So that makes me want to potentially get that back on my phone. Patty says Storygraph does not have a barcode scanner, or does have a barcode scanner, sorry, and it works really well. Great. And besides liking people's reading updates with a heart and seeing them in my feed, I can click on a name and see any personal stuff like email. Yeah, see, that's what I thought. But again, I'm not 100% sure, so you're better safe than sorry. Yeah, I think I'm just going to reach out to Storygraph and ask them. because it would be nice. Like I get I have to provide them with an email address. It would just be nice if I publicly didn't have to share that address with every human being who saw my page. But again, I just need to get a different email. Christina says, I just need that spell from HP, the undetectable from Harry Potter, the undetectable extension charm. Yeah. I'm gonna say it right here now. If there was anything from Harry Potter that I could have or that I want, it's Hermione's purse. That's it. I don't know about the rest of you. I could go through life and everything else so long as I had that purse. Because let's face it, like I don't know about every other woman or man who has a bag or a purse, but my purse is already some equivalent of Hermione's purse. And that was one of my favorite parts in the movie. And when she pulled, I think it was like a lamp out of there, like a full standing floor lamp, I was like, yes, yes, girl, yes. Like my magic would have, like, first thing I made would have been that. Yep. Okay, okay, that is the charm that she used on her purse. Yep, okay, yeah. No, I don't need it on my car. I don't need a car clown or clown car. I only want so many people to fit in there. But a purse, yes, undetectable extension charm. Okay, there you go. I need that in my life. I'm with you, Christina. All right. So that's the end of the comments that I can see. Thank you guys so much for joining me. I had a wonderful time. My hope is to continue doing this every Monday. I know I have been posting videos every Monday, but it's actually been my intention from the very start of my channel to eventually switch those Monday posts to going live. But I knew that until I was comfortable making videos, I would not be comfortable doing like a live show. So my plan is to start at 9 o'clock every Monday and to just go for a few hours, but probably no later than around 2 o'clock because that's when my son gets home and the house gets crazy. So, but there's plenty of other reading sprints out there. I know I checked and I believe Leandra, she should have her reading sprint going now. So I am probably going to sign off, wrap up a few things, and then jump on there. And then I'll probably be stopping in to see Vanessa later and Courtney tomorrow. So if you enjoyed this, definitely check out other reading sprints. There's always some going on. I hope you all come back and I see you guys again next Monday. Happy reading, happy sprinting. I'm going to go through the rest of the comments and then say goodbye. So let's see. Christina says, I'm not seeing anyone's email on Storygraph. Oh, okay. See, yeah, see, it's not very clear in the description that they get. So I'm definitely going to just reach out to them and double check because that's really the only thing that's making me hesitate. You're welcome, Christina. Thank you for coming. Keisha says, thank you for creating. You're welcome. I hope you guys all got some great reading done. I had fun talking with you all. And yeah, let's keep sprinting. Let's keep reading. Coda, we have all sorts of different book things we have to do because we definitely need to get on Jonathan Strange and the Knife of Never Letting Go because nobody's talking about that. And anybody who has read the Legend of Ellie Munpress or wants to look that book up. That is literally one of the best fantasy series I've ever read. I love, 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 love that series. And I'm going to start the Wheel of Time I was going to say this year, clearly this year, but this month. So I'll have to look that up. Jaleesa says, thank you for the sprints. Had lots of fun. I did too, Jaleesa. Thank you for coming. Wanda said, so fun hanging out with you. I had a great time too. It was good seeing you, Kiana. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, bye, Courtney. I'll see you later. Yes. Oh, okay. Jaleesa will be sprinting tonight at 8. Awesome. Okay. So I'll probably see you there. I love hanging out on sprints. And Christina says, have a beautiful rest of your day. You too. Good day to all of you. And yeah, my next video will be posted on Wednesday, and I'll see you guys around in the sprints otherwise. So have a great day. Happy sprinting. Bye.